I'm Roger. I'm an alcoholic. It's good to be with you. I need to try and make some things clear before I start. First, I'd like to introduce my imaginary friend, Dennis. Dennis can't make it. He's on the West Coast on a trip for work. So, unfortunately, the good cop is not here. Dennis kind of is the guy that rounds my edges for me. There are no AA authorities. I am not an AA authority. I'm not an AA historian. I'm not anointed. I'm not approved. I am simply an alcoholic who's recovered using the text that we study, the big book, and the steps inside it, and the traditions. And I haven't had a drink since October 11th, 1978. So I'm an expert on my experience. I'm not an expert on yours or anything else, but I was raised by some really nasty guys in AA. And they gave me AA straight. They didn't dress it up. They didn't make it pretty. They didn't encourage me to wait till I feel better or I'm ready. They didn't do any of that stuff. But they also didn't go around beating me up. That might be God. Or the pizza guy. So, for you to know if what I'm relating to you is accurate, you're going to have to study. You're going to have to study the big book, the 12 and 12, AA Comes of Age, Dr. Bob and the Good Old Timers, pass it on. You're going to have to study that stuff because that's our history. And everything I'm going to say, you should be able to find either literally or in principle in those books. If I don't say that, it's clearly something I've made up. It may work for me, but it may not work for you. So that's the kind of stuff they would say to me. And that's how I got into the book, actually. Because they'd say stuff, and I go, we'll see about that. You know? And I go, where is that? And they so it's somewhere in the first 164 pages. You know? What page? I don't know. Go find it, you know? And that's what I tell guys that I sponsor. I say if what I tell you is not in this book, then you can tell me to take a flyer. And they love that idea. And it gets them into the text. It gets them looking for ways to tell me to buzz off. The service manual would be another one thing you might want to look at, especially if you have trouble sleeping. It works every time. There's good information in there. Before we get into this exercise, part of this is it's foundational. You know, I need to know what AA is and what it isn't. I need to know when I'm in a meeting of Alcoholics Anonymous or when I'm in a meeting of a version of it. Because I don't need versions. I don't need AA 2.0 or AA Light. I just need AA, whatever the hell that is. And I was blessed to be around some guys that knew what it was, and their commitment was to have it be there for me the way they got it. My commitment has been the same for the guys that I'm blessed enough to have in my life that I can aim and teach and study with and guide. That's the deal. We don't need your version of this. We just need this version preserved because it works really well when it's done. So AA came from a lot of different sources. We got pieces from medicine, from Silkworth, physical allergy, mental obsession. We got pieces from Carl Jung, the necessity of the psychic change. Silkworth had observed that, hadn't quite, they called it a moral psychology. Jung, before they translated all this stuff, said you got to find God. I mean, they took all the God out of Carl Jung stuff when they translated it. But he was a big God guy. He was a big spirit guy. He was a multi-dimensional guy. We got some stuff out of the Oxford group. We got some stuff, some of the greatest stuff we got by accident. You know, example. Ebby. I have, the famous conversation at the kitchen table with Bill and Ebby, and Bill's drinking, and Ebby's showing up to try and carry this new discovery he's found. He hasn't had a drink in several weeks, and he's on fire, and Bill's going, oh, Jesus, here we go. And in the book, when Bill's talking about this part of the conversation, he says, my friend looked at me and said, why don't you choose your own conception of God? And all my prejudice melted away and da-da-da, Now, that idea was not an Oxford group idea. And when you hear Ebby tell that story, I got some recordings of Ebby, I think I do, radio interviews talking about that, and his version of that was quite different than Bill's. He said, Christ, I'd been talking to Bill for hours. I finally threw up my hands and said, choose your own damn conception of God, and I left. Now, who cares? Who cares? Ebby was not a learned guy. Ebby was not a student of anything. He was a spoiled rich kid and a drunk, and he wasn't real bright. But that idea, choose your own conception of God, along with progress, not perfection, made it possible for guys like me to come in the door. You read the original manuscript, which is a piece I really dig. I like it. I like the attitude of it, But it's a blessing that that's not what we sanctified, because none of us would probably be in this room if that was the deal, because we would say, screw you. And that's why they changed it, because when they talked about it, they said, no one likes to be talked. We don't like to be talked to like that, And it conceptually, it's true. If you've gotten to this point, you're ready to leap. You're ready to take this third step thing. And if you're not ready, either toss the book or start over again, because you've missed something. They give us all that stuff coming up to the third step just to answer the questions of the first two steps. Am I powerless? Is my life unmanageable? Do I believe in a power? Am I willing to believe in a power? And if the answers to any of those are no, you got to go back and start over, because you can't do this half-assed. It just doesn't work. I have life experience. It doesn't work. 11 and a half steps, 2 steps, 1 step, it just doesn't work. It's a 12-step program. So, lots of different influences. Also, Christ was a big influence in these guys. Not the religion of Christ, but the teaching of Christ. They referred to it as first century Christianity, which was Christianity before there was a church for it. Okay? What Christ taught was consciousness. He taught being. And there's a thing in his teachings called the law of life. And everyone's familiar with it. We call it karma. It's what I think, say, and do to you will be done unto me. Eastern discipline calls it karma. They've been talking about it for thousands of years. It's not a new idea. It's not a new idea, but try it on. And when you come and you say, you won't believe what they've done to me now. I got my new resentment, And I lay it out there, and the question I always ask is, have you ever done that to anyone? I've never had a guy say no. I've never had a guy say no. Oh, I've never lied. I've never stolen. I've never cheated. I've never said I was going to do one thing and do another thing. I've never. No, you've done that. You've done that. You didn't do that because you were bad. You did it because you were sick. You did it because you were warped. My head didn't let me know that for years. So, here's a couple things I'm going to read that are going to be very familiar. But I want to read them because it's AA's message. It's not my message. It's AA's message. Alcoholics Anonymous is a fellowship of men and women who share their experience, strength, and hope with each other, that they may solve their common problem and help others to recover from alcoholism. The common problem, alcoholism. Okay? The only requirement for membership is a desire to stop drinking. We're all familiar with that tradition. Desire to stop drinking. You got a desire to stop drinking? Yes, I do. That means you can be in the meeting drunk. Doesn't mean you can disrupt it, but it means you have a right to be there. The only question is, do you have a desire? How the hell do I know if you have a desire? I don't. But it allows us to have the space to come in and find out. And if we're going to have guys at the door judging who's got a desire or not, we're going to be in deep doo-doo. You know, I had a desire to disrupt the meeting. You know, and I would wrap that little tradition around me, and they go, yeah, you have a right to be here, but you don't have a right to disrupt. I thought, that's rather narrow, you know. But I need to give you a picture of where I was at when I came here. Kidney and liver damage. I was bleeding from every orifice in my body. I had a distended liver. I had been hospitalized for barbiturate poisoning. I had a huge amphetamine habit. I had drank as far as I could, as long as I could, and I couldn't drink anymore. I hadn't filed taxes, federal or state, in 5 years. I had warrants in a half dozen states. Now, I was not a bank robber, but these were states that if I would have been found in, I would have gone to jail. And so I had really interesting routes crossing the country, especially from here out west and down south. It was rather, you know, why are we going through North Carolina? Because we can't go through anything east of here to the Mississippi. I had a divorce. I had restraining orders going both ways. And I had been running a little entrepreneurial exercise, import-export business. And the front for that was a motorcycle gang that I hung with when I wasn't doing other stuff. And they fronted me a lot of money, and I had a problem. When I got loaded, I got generous. And I just wanted us all to get loaded, you know, and I owed them many thousands of dollars. They were not interested in my spiritual evolution. And the truth is, the word was that they were going to kill me. But the truth is, they knew where I was and they could have killed me at any time. But I lived in absolute terror. Between the motorcycle gang and the IRS, you know, that's enough to keep anyone drinking. And, I had about $10,000, $15,000 worth of bad checks. My concept, my financial concept was a little tweaked. And I thought if I had checks, I had money. And other people didn't agree, but I papered a lot of saloon walls with my checks. So anyway, you would think, plus I was a devout atheist. I was an evangelical atheist. I bailed on church when I was 12. So that's what I showed up with here. I didn't go to treatment. I sobered up on the street in a flop house I was living in. I had two drunks babysit me. One is dead from drinking and one is still drinking, as far as I know. And it took, I don't know, somewhere between 7 and 9 days. And I shook everything at the same time. Not recommended. And the only reason I survived it was because I was young and I was pretty strong. At least my plumbing was strong. And when I came out of that detox, the very first coherent thought that my brain constructed, well, I'm sure not going to AA. Followed by, I'll do this my way. My dad sobered up 10 years in front of me, so I knew about AA. I had read this big book the last several years I drank. And I'll report to you, I didn't get a lot out of it. But I sure as hell knew what I was. I was an alcoholic. I was one of these guys. But I had made the decision, screw it. I'm going to die. That's what I'm going to do. And I got my diagnosis when I was in the back end of my 26th year. And the doctor that interviewed me and did the test said I had about 12 to 18 months to live if I kept doing what I was doing. My response to that was relief. And I went back and I just drank till I couldn't drink. And being an atheist, I couldn't have God surrender me. Dr. Bob talked about this in some of his writings. The bottle surrenders some guys. And that's what my experience was. I was drinking in my bar, like shots of beer. I would come. Bar drinkers will understand this. You have your stool, your drink, your bartender. God, it was a beautiful thing. God, I just loved it. You just come and you would sit down. And if you had money, you'd put it on the table and they knew you were okay, and if not, they knew you were running a tab, and you just stare at the bar and wait for your drinks to appear. And everyone knew, don't even talk to him until the third one, you know. I just loved that. I just thought that was so damn respectful. It was just so nice. I just felt so damn good about me. And so I'm in there drinking, and it's a rough bar. And I was not a rough guy. That's not the picture I'm painting, but the bar was owned by the biker gang. And they were selling everything in the world out the back door and around the country. And I was there because the band I was in played at some of their functions, and they liked me because I was crazy. They honored insanity. And so I was under this umbrella of protection so I could be there. Now, I'm drinking, and my whiskey comes out my nose. I've got two problems. One, did anyone see that? And the second one is, how am I going to get that off the bar into my mouth? Being a keen possessor of a giant intellect, I surmised I was suffering from an amphetamine deficiency. So I ran to the bathroom to take a handful of speed, and I couldn't swallow it. And I walked out of the bar that night crying, and I said, I'm done, I can't do this. That's when I went back to the flop house and announced my detox. I had no idea that I had taken the first step. But I am blessed because I was the hopeless variety. I didn't get a little couple of consequences here and run and get an assessment and decide I need to do something about this. I ran it beyond any control at all. And I was stopped. I didn't stop me. I was stopped. Do you understand what I'm saying? And I didn't believe in anything except me and Smith & Wesson. So it couldn't be a God thing, you know. And I was not looking forward to a sober life. I was not thinking, oh boy, now I can go to AA and I can grow up and be like my dad. You know, I was not thinking that. That thought I had, I'll do this my way, is how I got there. I did everything my way. In AA, you will do it our way. You will not do it your way. Because your way doesn't work. That's what they told me. Your way doesn't work. So, I think you will too, not do this AA thing until you're convinced you have no other option. Because when we balk, like I balked, I didn't have a problem with being an alcoholic. I didn't have a problem with being powerless over alcohol or having an unmanageable life. I had a problem with the other 11 steps. So I just thought I wouldn't do them. And I thought it was clear I had a drinking problem. It was crystal clear I had a drinking problem. So I quit drinking. Now, then the logic follows, then I have now taken care of the problem. If that was true, we wouldn't be here. We'd all stop drinking, and we'd just go back and build a new life, or resume the life we had. I'm not like Jim and Fred in the big book, the car salesman and the accountant. I'm not like those guys. They had one problem, just couldn't drink. Everything else worked great. Had these wonderful lives, everyone liked them, had families, good position in the community, everyone respected them, not a problem, just this little thing with alcohol. And I read those stories for years, and I thought, God, these are guys that I would want to kill. These are guys that I hate, just intuitively, because they've got everything that I don't have. Just this one little problem with alcohol. And then it dawned on me what they were saying. Look at Roger. These guys just had this one little problem with drinking, and it brought them down, and it totally trashed their lives. Now, Roger, do you have any areas like this that are working? No, I don't. I don't have a family. I don't have friends. I have to go grocery shopping at 2 a.m. so I can see who's parked in the parking lot. I can't answer the phone. I can't answer the door. There's people looking for me. That's the life I have. That's the life I have. So, I got this little problem. I think I know better. It's insane, but that's why we balk. Because somewhere in here, I think I know better. Now I'll give you, there's some mess out here. There's some evidence that I don't know better. But as long as I'm not talking to you, and I'm just talking to me, having that little meeting with myself, I can say I know better. I think I can do this I think I can be a one-step guy. I think I got all the information I need. I can't drink successfully. I'll cop to the allergy, absolutely. I'll cop to the obsession of the mind, absolutely. And the phenomenon of craving, check, 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 check. No problem. So therefore, I'm not drinking. Have a new life. If you've done this, you know where I'm going. Everything got worse. I got sober. I'm going to meetings, and I'm hearing everyone go, oh, I haven't had a drink in 6 months, and my life is just, oh. I haven't had a drink in a year. And I'm over there. I'm in the back of the room going, oh. Make a list. Who wants to go first? I mean, I literally was planning how to kill everyone in the meeting. I'm serious. I'm serious. And all I heard was, I came to AA and everything got better. And I'm thinking, I came to AA, everything has gotten worse. They didn't like that message. They didn't want to hear that. You know, and I didn't have any connection with anyone in the fellowship, except my dad's example and a few other guys that I was watching from afar. But I sure as hell didn't have a sponsor. I sure as hell couldn't do your book, because I already knew I couldn't do 11 of your steps because I didn't believe in God. 2, do you believe? No. Okay. 3, then I'm not going to do that because I'm not going to make a decision to turn my thinking and my life, thinking and my actions over to something I don't believe in. 4, inventory. Interesting concept. Read ahead. They want you to tell this to someone. If I do that, I'm either going to be in the hospital or jail. Forget that. 6 and 7, more God. Got no use for that. 8 and 9, restitution. Interesting. So you think I may have harmed you. I think I may have harmed you too. We'll agree. But I think I know better. I think that if you did happen to experience some retribution along the way, it was probably mercifully dispensed. And you probably actually had more coming than you got, so let's just call that even. Now, 10th step, moving right along, 10th step, I got no inventory chops, so I don't have any reason to watch for selfishness, dishonesty, resentment, and fear, because frankly, I'm not even there. I'm not going there. I'm not even thinking about that. I'm just living it. All right, 11, prayer and meditation. I got no concept. Prayer. Oh, brothers, sisters, put your hand on the TV. That's right. We're going to straighten your curly hair. We're going to curl your straightened hair. We're going to get rid of the liver spots. And by the way, send $15. Meditation. Interesting concept. My concept, you said meditation. I saw a little guy in a diaper in the Himalayas hovering about 2 feet off the ground. So I got no on-ramp for any of this. Do you understand? Because I know better. These are all my fixed ideas. And my fixed ideas are killing me. They're killing me drunk, and they're killing me sober. Because all I got is me, the same operator, stone cold sober. And the analogy is they use the drunken horse thief. You got the horse thief in town, he gets drunk, he shoots up the town, they throw him in the jail. He sobers up, they let him out Tuesday, he's a sober horse thief. That's my experience. I'm 5 years sober, I haven't filed taxes in 10 years. That sound like big buck recovery? No, it's not. It's my recovery. It's my recovery. And I got crap going on in every area of my life. The only thing that's happening is I'm not drinking. And I was blessed because I was allowed to suffer in my early sobriety and not pick up. And people would watch me. And I watch people come in, you know. I'm full of the Spirit. Oh, I love this AA thing. Oh, look at my commitments, and I'm doing this, and I'm doing that, and I'm talking here, and I'm doing all this crap, and life has never been better. And all of a sudden, what happened to Harry? Oh, he got drunk. Really? You know, and I'm just the antagonist in the back of the room. Good for you, Harry. All right. And I'm still here. You know, I was the guy in the meeting. If I came to the same meeting more than once, they knew me right away. And I was the guy that the guy would get his sponsee aside and say, you see that guy over there? You want to be like him? Don't do the steps. I was the poster child for no recovery. So, do I have a desire to stop drinking? No fees, dues for AA membership, self-supporting through our own contributions, not allied with any sect, denomination, politics, organization, or institution. Don't wish to engage in any controversy, and we don't endorse nor oppose anything. Wonderful. That's pretty clear. Primary purpose, stay sober, help other alcoholics achieve sobriety. Stay sober, check. Help other alcoholics. That's what we're going to talk about this month. How do I help? How do I help? Well, I can't help until I change. If I help you in my early recovery, you're dead. What I can share with you is untreated alcoholism. And we find very quickly that our alcoholism is not in the bottle. It's here, between our ears. Now, I'm going to say something that some of you aren't going to like. Probably a lot of things over the next 4 weeks. Here's what Bill said in the front of the 12 and 12. I like this. A's 12 steps are a group of principles, spiritual in their nature, when practiced, if practiced as a way of life, can expel the obsession to drink and enable the sufferer to become happily and usefully whole. That's a big damn promise. But the caveat is, if practiced as a way of life. Not if done in a rote, shallow manner. Not if you got your forms and checked everything off and you got your this guide and that guide. No, if you did this at depth and you practice it as a way of life, now you got something to bring. If you're not doing that, you don't have anything to bring. That's okay. You can try and help people. You won't be able to help anyone. Because your message won't have depth and weight. There's a lot of parrots running around the fellowship. A lot of parrots. It doesn't take anything to read Bill's essays on a step, go to step meeting and sound like Bill. That's nice. We already got a Bill. You know, God, that's what I would do. I'd read the 12 and 12 before I went to my men's step meeting so I could say something profound, you know. Shit. And while I was being profound, inside I'm thinking, what a bunch of shit. Excuse my language, but just, you want to feel crappy and hollow and empty? Be a sober hypocrite. It's just a... Sobriety with no recovery is hell. The last years I drank were tough, but the first 5-6 years of my so-called recovery were much worse because I had no anesthetic. I had no out. You know that little 5 minutes of silence we did here? Boy, I tell you, I don't know about for you, but there was a day when that was a noisy time. If I stopped and just tried to be quiet, not for 5 minutes, God, that's a little excessive. But I mean, just try and take, a half dozen deep, slow, controlled breaths. I couldn't do that. There was so much noise in my head. There were so many voices telling me what I should be doing and what I shouldn't be doing. It was impossible. It was impossible. So, AA is not a fellowship for everybody. Now, we got some people that identify themselves as addicts, alcoholics, addicts. Here's the deal. We treat alcoholism. If you have a problem with alcohol, be here. But we don't treat alcoholism and anything. And I don't know what you're seeing in your meetings, in the fellowship and the meetings I'm going to, I'm seeing a lot of people come in that aren't alcoholics. We don't treat personality disorders. We don't treat depression. We don't treat addiction, drug addiction. We treat alcoholism. Now, don't get pissed off and leave yet. Try and listen to this. It doesn't mean I can't have an addiction in addition to my alcoholism. It means when I'm doing my AA, I'm about AA. Now, there's over 220 groups using the 12 steps as a model to get over whatever their hump is that brought them in, okay? So I come in riding a bottle of whiskey. You come in riding cocaine. You come in riding heroin. You come in deading. You come in emotionally unstable. We got Emotions Anonymous. We got Al-Anon. Oh, shit. When I got here, I qualified for at least 7 12-step programs. AA, Al-Anon, NA, Emotions Anonymous, Overeaters Anonymous. Shit. I mean, and I would sit there in the meeting. Sex Addicts Anonymous. There's another one. Oh, yeah. David and I go way back. Oh, yeah. But I would sit in the meeting, and once in a while I'd make the mistake and muse out loud, maybe I need another program. And one of these kind, loving, long-timers would get me and come up and say, "You stupid shit. You can't even do one program. How are you going to do 2 or 3? And I thought, Good point. And it stopped me. It stopped me. Now, read the stories in the back. Dr. Paul's the famous one, alcoholic addict. Here's the deal. The reason those 200 plus groups are using that model, this 12-step model, is because the solution is the same. I need to have a spiritual experience. I need to have a transformative experience that changes fundamentally the way I see you and interact with you and everything else. So once we get the thing we wrote in on in an arrested state, we all have the same problem. Get what I'm saying? It's a thinking problem. It's a being problem. It never was a drinking problem. Drinking allowed me to stay alive long enough to get here. Without drinking, I'd have been a teen suicide, no doubt, in my mind. No doubt in my mind. So, what I tell guys when they come in with lots of issues is, let's just try and put your silly butt through these 12 steps and treat your drinking problem. And let's see what's left when we get done. What my experience has been is all those other problems got addressed when I addressed the fundamental problem. Because the fundamental note here is I'm selfish and self-centered. I have disconnected from my source, from the divine source that is the source of my life, your life, everything, okay? I disconnected from that, and I've been powered on self. And that's the problem with the debtors. That's the problem with the junkies. That's the problem with the overeaters. It's the same problem for everybody. We just get to ride in on different horses. But it's not the same when you're in the meeting with me. We're in our AA meeting. We're doing Alcoholics Anonymous. So I want you to share from that place. And when I try and orient new people when they come in our meeting, the newer people look at me and think, you're going to scare these guys away. No, I want you to know the truth. Because I've never worked with an addict who didn't have a drinking problem. I worked with a couple that thought they didn't have a drinking problem. Because they were junkies, you understand? That's a whole nother culture. Man, I'm a junkie. Oh, good. Junkie pride. Love it, love it, love it, love it. So tell me about it. You relapsed again. What happened? Well, went down to the bar, had a few scotches, and I hooked up. I said, interesting. What happened the time before? Well, I went down to the bar, had a few scotches, and I hooked up. I said, so I think you'd have a drinking problem. No, man, I'm a junkie. I love Mac. I just love heroin. I said, yeah, but you don't go get heroin until you have a few scotches. So if the scotch wasn't there, do you think you'd make the call? I don't know. Why don't you try? Oh, he's back. Can't. So now you told me we were just going to eliminate the scotch exercise, and we'd see if you hooked up without the scotch. And you've hooked up again, but the scotch was there. I think there's evidence that drinking might be a problem. No, he's dead. Because he knew better. He knew better. In chapter 7, we're going to talk about that this month. One of the things chapter 7 says over and over is, I don't argue with you. You think you got a better idea? You think you can smoke pot and do these steps? You think you can cheat on your wife and do these steps? You go ahead and do that and then report back to me. That's not my experience. You go do that. You think you need to go back to your church now? Go do that. Go do that. Why? You think you drink on Wednesdays? Okay, do that. Try some controlled drinking. Try some controlled sobriety. Do that. Why? Because until you and I get full knowledge of our condition, we won't be motivated. And I pray God you can be hopeless. That's a great place to start. It's a great place to start. But you don't have to be hopeless. But you have to hit a bottom. You have to realize at depth a demoralization of dimension that's enough to bring you to your knees. A total failure with this. So, how are we doing on time? I get a little ranty.
About 20 minutes, 25 minutes.
All right. We have the book Alcoholics Anonymous, the story of many thousands of men recovered from alcoholism. And in that book, are the 12 steps, which are the program of recovery. It's the only thing AA calls its program of recovery, those 12 steps, okay? Then we have a fellowship, where we gather in community to do various recovery-based ideas. You know, we have the fellowship of the meet a girl, meet a guy. We have the fellowship of the sober this and that league. We have the coffee house fellowship. We have the come to the meeting and talk a good talk fellowship. We have the we're just not drinking here fellowship. And we have big book stuff. We have all kinds of stuff. We have some really interesting stuff going on in the fellowship. But not all of it's recovery. How do I know the difference? I won't know the difference until I've recovered. Then I'll know the difference. Then I'll know when I'm hearing bullshit and when I'm hearing AA. When I'm hearing recovery and when I'm hearing someone's version of it. Some theoretical, something might be working good for Harry, I don't know. You know, I've met guys that are 30, 40 years sober. I never did a 4-step, you know, and you're a pain in the ass. You know, you're alone. Look around, you're alone. Why do you think you're alone? How can you be 40 years in this outfit and never have a single person say, would you sponsor me? Would you help me? There's probably a reason for that. You know, may I please buy you a bottle? May I please? And it's, I don't know. I can't explain it. It's phenomenon to me. It's observable, but I don't get it. Because where I started from, if this outfit couldn't end up giving me something far better than I came from, I'm back. I don't want to be here. You know, when you're going happy, joyous, and free, trudge the road and all that, I'm going, exactly. Exactly. I'm going, no. I'm going to need a little more meat than that, you know. And you got to get a service. Oh, I do. And what would that look like? Oh, you're going to help people. Oh, I am. First, I'm going to help me. Because I have problems. I gave you a litany of my problems. I mean, God, I had problems in every area. And you kept saying, no, you got one problem. The chapter of the agnostic says it, you know. It says the main purpose of the book is to enable the reader to find the power, and the power will solve their problem. And it's singular. It says the power will solve your problem. And I'm telling you, I didn't even know that till, I don't know, 10, 15 years ago. I didn't even get it. I got one problem? What would that be? Any idea, any thought that separates me from God. Or if you're agnostic, any thought or idea that separates you from this program of recovery, from the next step. What's the most important step? The one I won't do. That's the most important step, the one I won't do. I got 11 I won't do. That's a problem. So I didn't get it. I didn't get the thinking thing. I want to take a little time. I want to talk about some of the noise in the fellowship. You know, in the big book, and Dustin and I were talking before, there's always been people doing versions of this, little factions. You know, Clarence had his thing, his Christ-based thing, and other guys had their stuff, and you know, Jimmy Burwell had his atheism, and that's always been there. But it's when the book was published, the overwhelming majority of the people in what we call the fellowship were also doing the program of recovery. That's what it was. The book, the reason it had all the stories in the back and the instruction in the front was the book was designed to get it to you, and you could get sober on your own with that book. Because there were not meetings on every block and hundreds of meetings in the town. There were not meetings anywhere. And so that was designed to be the sponsor. Everything I need is in there for me to identify and to figure out how to do this. Now, it's helpful now that there's so many people that have recovered. Because there's great people that can help other people. We don't need specialists. We got plenty of people who've recovered. Here's one. Recovered, recovering, recovery. Might as well get right at it. This book says they were recovered. I do what they did, I'm recovered. But what I'm recovered from is the state of mind and body that I arrived in. I'm not cured of my alcoholism. Okay? So dig this. Now I'm in the meeting. I'm going, oh, Hi, I'm Roger. I'm 30 years sober and I'm recovering. If I'm a new guy, I'm hearing, shit. When is this going to end? Because if you're new and you're early in this process, it's painful. It's not feeling good. In the early stages, especially the first couple passes through these steps, especially the inventory ones, it's a deconstruction of who and what I thought I was. It doesn't feel good because now I'm half in and half out. I'm half my old me and I'm half this new me, and I don't know which one's going to work. So now we come in here. I'll give you this analogy. I'm hanging out by the 7-Eleven. Someone pulls a heist. I get shot. I end up in the ER. Intensive care. Recovering gunshot wound victim. I eventually get moved to my room. I eventually recover. The doctor comes to me and says, hey, Bosco, if you don't want this to happen anymore, stay away from bullets. I'm going, I'm down with that. Thank you very much. I leave. I'm a recovered gunshot wound victim. You with me? When I'm new in AA, I come in, I'm in the emergency room. I'm a recovering guy, recovering from my alcoholism, okay? But this says, do what we did in the way we did it in the steps. Spiritual experience talks about this. If you can do what we did in the light of our experience, if you can do these steps the way we have laid out to do them, you can have what we have. And the first thing that will happen is the obsession will go. But that's just the beginning. And so I come in, and I'm in the emergency room. I'm recovering. But at some point, man, I don't want to be new, hearing some guy with 20 or 30 years going, I'm recovering. I'm going, shit, does this never end? Now, I'm not saying I'm recovered. It does end. You will stop having that squirrel cage brain. You will stop being nuts. You will stop, and your body will heal itself. Now that you've quit poisoning it and beating the hell out of it, that will take care of itself. But you're never going to be free. You're never going to be rid of this thing called alcoholism, because we find from studying our text that that resides in my thinking. Okay, so here's some things that we hear in the fellowship. Oh, I was not done. So then Bill in the 50s did the 12 and 12, which was a rebuttal to Ed Webster's Little Red Book. And not that there's any ego involved here. But the point is, when that came out, that was the first big split in the fellowship. Then we started having 12 and 12 meetings. The only thing, and I love the 12 and 12, don't get me wrong, but the 12 and 12 were a set of essays by one guy. The big book is the collective experience of the fellowship. Okay? So if I'm going to hitch my wagon to the AA program, it's going to be the big book. Now, the 12 and 12 is conference approved. It says that our fellowship says that contains our message. That's true, but it's not the AA message. It's Bill's interpretation, observation, and experience with watching the evolution of this from a very unique position. And there's a lot of great stuff in there. I'm not saying that. But we started getting factions, and that has split into other things. So we won't go there, but here's one of the things you hear. So you hear people say, no, we need to get back to basics. Well, there's only basics. We need to get back to the book. Well, where the hell did we go? That's like saying I need to find God. God is not lost. I need to get back to the book. Well, the book is the only place you can get this if you're doing AA. If you want to do moderate or rational recovery or behavior mod, you can go do that. But if you're going to do AA, that's what you're going to do. You're going to do the book to the best of your ability. You don't have to do it perfectly. You just have to try and then keep trying, because it's a continuous, ongoing process. It's not something I do once and get rid of it. So the fellowship has said some things that are misleading. And I don't think it was mean-spirited. I think things have morphed. So here's one. This is a selfish program. That's not what that book says. This book says we're trying to grow to selflessness. And what they did is they took an idea, which is recovery's got to be the number one priority. And it does. But it doesn't mean to the exclusion of all else. It means keep your eye on the ball. You need to fabricate a relationship with this power, an ongoing working relationship with this power. That has to be a priority. But it is not a selfish priority. Because if I hook my wagon to God, all the God stuff is going to come out of me. I'm going to want to be useful. I'm going to want to be helpful. I'm going to be a much better actor, period. Not a selfish program, selfless program. Meeting makers make it. Meeting makers make it. Oh, wouldn't it be nice if it was that simple? God, it drives me nuts. Hi. You new? Yeah. How long you been sober? Oh, 6 months. Really? What you doing? Oh, man, 90 and 90. And I said, that's nice. 90 and 90. 90 and 90. Interesting. 90 and 90. So you're going to 90 meetings in 90 days. So that's 90 hours out of 90 days out of about 2,000 hours. I want to know what you're doing with the other 1,800 hours. And I want to know this. The guy that told you, do 90 and 90, he ought to be doing it with you. Because we don't tell people what to do. We tell them what we do. And if I'm telling you 90 and 90, I'm taking your ass to 90 meetings with me. That's what I'm looking for. That's what chapter 7 says. Look for someone who's going to walk with you, side by side. Not give you a bunch of stuff, quick edits. Not give you a bunch of stuff to put the plug in the jug and everything will be all right. God, this kind of stuff kills people. I went to 90 meetings in 90 days and now I'm drunk again, so therefore AA doesn't work. That's not AA. The meetings, what are the meetings for? My book says the meetings are for the new person to find the fellowship they crave, to find the solution. I don't go to meetings because I need meetings. I haven't needed meetings in years. When you're new, you need a meeting. Yes, because you're recovering. You're in the ER. I need a meeting. You're damn right. No, pray to God you get a good one. Pray to God you get someone where some people are recovered. But I need a meeting. Yes, but after you do these steps, I'm supposed to be coming to the meeting to give to you, to be ready for that guy walking in the door. I sit in my meeting. I get there early. I sit by the door. The reason I sit by the door is because people are scared to walk by me. And so they don't tend to run out. And I have another guy that sits by the door and we can kind of block it. But the point is, guys will come to that meeting and they'll say, I've been going in on meetings for years. I've never heard any of this stuff. It's just a big book study meeting. We just read the text and we share our experience with it. And they go, I never heard any of this. I've been going to meetings for years. Or other guys will come in and they don't even get that far. They just go, man, it feels good in here. I really like the font. I really like this place. It really feels good. What is that? And I go, oh, that's God. And they go, oh, shit. No, that's God. What do you mean that's God? I said, I'll tell you what's happening. You come in here, we hold you in the consciousness of our recovery. We hold you in our practice of practicing the presence of God, and you feel it. And you go, man, I like the way this feels. That's what you're feeling. You're feeling God. You're feeling the power of recovery. We hold you in that. And it feels good. Everyone has this instinct. How many times you walked in the room and said, I don't like the vibe? That's it. That's the sixth sense. I don't like this. And conversely, I walk in someplace and go, man, I really dig this. I really like this. You're picking up the energy. The energy of recovery or the energy of untreated alcoholism or addiction. Getting back to the addict-alcoholic thing. Silkworth said he ran Towns Hospital. Was designed for the treatment of alcoholics and addicts. Two different things. If we grab 100 people off the street and we shoot them up with heroin for a month, we got 100% addicts. We grab another 100 people off the street, we bring them in here, and we get them drunk for a month. About 10 of us are going to say, oh, please, not now. It can't be a month already. But 90 of them will want to get the hell away from that as fast as they can because ethyl alcohol is a non-addictive drug. If it was like heroin, everyone who drank would be an alcoholic. It's not. You got to be special to be an alcoholic. Sorry, don't take nothing to be a junkie. Just takes dope. Got to really work to be an alcoholic. You get the difference of what I'm saying? And I'm telling you, we don't send addicts out of our meeting. We don't, because there's nowhere to send them in our town. There's no strong NA that I know of. There's no strong CA. So be here with us. That's fine. Chances are, though, If you're a compulsive overeater and you're coming to my AA meeting, you're not going to stay. Why? Because you won't identify. You won't identify. If you're a heroin addict and that's what you think you are, you're not going to identify. You'll like the feel, but you won't identify. But I work with a lot of guys that have a lot of different addictions. When we're in our AA meeting, we talk AA. When we're alone, I talk to them about the same problem we talk about in AA. You're thinking. Get off this thing. It's not the dope. It's not what you're stuffing, shooting, or snorting. It's what you're thinking. And what you're thinking is what always takes you back. So we get back to the problem. What is the main problem with the alcoholic? Right here. Because if the problem was alcohol, if that was whiskey, that's not a problem until it's in my system. Then it kicks off the phenomenon of craving, now out to the races. But as long as it's there and I'm here and I'm 2 weeks out, I'm as physically sober as I'm ever going to be. So the problem is, I got to cop to this. I got to understand the problem is here. What are the ideas that take me back to that? And until I get that, until I can get in front of that, I don't even understand what I got. Because I think I got a drinking problem. I got a distended liver. That looks like a drinking problem. No, that's the effect of a drinking problem. I got a divorce. That's an effect of a drinking problem. I got this allergy. The doctor says you got an allergy. I do. I don't feel like I got an allergy. You know, you're an abnormal drinker. I don't think so. I've always drank this way. It's not abnormal for us. It's what was normal. And there's nothing to compare it to, because after you get into your drinking career a little bit, you're not drinking with normal drinkers. You're drinking with pigs like you. Because we hang together. We gravitate into a group. And that way we can always look at each other and go, God, if I ever get as bad as Dustin, I'll do something. But at least I'm still superior to someone. You know? I did that in the alley of the bar I drank at. I'm lining up at 8 o'clock because I ran out of booze. And I'm starting to shake. And I'm sitting in line with these guys with rope belts and yellow sneakers and no teeth and hair all messed up. And I'm looking at them, standing in line with them saying, man, what a bunch of losers. You know, I don't see I'm in the same line at the same time of day, shaking. I know different. I know different. Here's another one. Don't drink, go to meetings, read the book. You've been knocking around a bit, haven't you? No, don't drink, go to meetings, and read the book and do the book. So you go to meetings. I'm going to meetings. I'm not drinking, and I'm reading the book. I don't know about for you. This book didn't mean squat to me until I heard someone explain it. And then I went, oh. I never thought of it that way. Interesting. I'll have to put that under consideration, you know. I mean, the power of the ideas are enough. The power of the ideas are enough. But until I understand what the ideas and the principles are, they don't have much effect. Because I'm just dancing across the top of it. Meeting makers, don't drink, go to meetings. A drug is a drug. We just covered that. A drug is not a drug. A drug is not a drug. Okay? Oh, here's one. Fake it till you make it. Oh, sorry, you died. You must not have faked it good enough. You know, that tied in with the thing Chuck Chamberlain used to say, which is accurate. You can't think your way into right acting. You have to act your way into right thinking. You can't think your way into right thinking, okay? That's true to a point. And it's certainly true when you're new. You can't come here. Come to these meetings. I don't like your meetings. So what? Come here. Fine. We understand you don't like the meetings. Good. Now we've got some other things you're not going to like. They're called steps. And this is how we're going to take you through that process. I don't like that idea. That's fine. You don't have to like it. You just have to do it. Okay? But you can act as if for a period of time. So when I'm conforming, I'm showing up, I'm going to meetings. I'm not in the boat with you. I'm just watching you. I'm in the bleachers. You're playing. I'm watching. And then I might do that with the steps a little bit. And I might do that with this prayer idea and this meditation idea. But all this stuff is centered on practice. And if I'm only practicing once or twice a month, my progress is going to be pretty slow. You know? I like this one. Take what you want and leave the rest. The fellowship came up with that when they were talking about speakers. I'm going to tell you my story. You may relate, you may not. If something works for you, wonderful. If it doesn't, take what you want, leave the rest. That's true of the talk. It's not true of the program. And it's transferred over, and people are going, well, take what you want, leave the rest. Yeah. So you got a 3.5-step program. How's that working for you? That's only one question. This is what I'm doing. That's wonderful. How's that working? How's that working? You got a job yet? You back in the big bed yet? How's your money problem? It just, God, it goes on and on. Where is this? This is a great test for the new guy. If I could find it. Here you go. When the guy thinks that cessation of his drinking is enough, and he really doesn't have any problems, and he's really having problems finding problems. This is on page 52. Had to ask ourselves this question. Having trouble with personal relationships? Take a look there. Having problem controlling your emotional nature? That means I don't know exactly how I'm going to be at any given moment. It doesn't look like that. But did you ever have those days you wake up and all of a sudden it's just on you? Wake up and it's just dark. It's a cloud. I just woke up, I'm depressed. Or, we don't sit around and go, well, I'm going to be pious from 8 a.m. to noon. Then I'll be resentful from noon to 3. Then I'll be repentant from 3 to 6. Then I'll be very spiritual and mellow from 7. We don't have any control over that because I'm reacting to everything. And I'm reacting out of selfish self-centeredness. And that produces dissonance. That produces problems for me and for you, but mostly for me. Because I hit you at 8 in the morning, and you go, what an asshole, and you move on. But I hit you at 8:45, you at 9, you at 9:15. I got these jerks in my life all day long. And I'm living with my reaction to all of this. You're only getting banged once, and you go, well, I'm not going around that guy again. You're fine. But I'm living with me, and I'm subject to the crap that I'm generating. Prey to misery and depression, couldn't make a living, had a feeling of uselessness, full of fear, were unhappy, couldn't seem to be a real help to other people. Does any of that sound familiar? You're doing really well, are you? That's nice. How's your relationship with MasterCard? U.S. Bank, whatever. So we can act our way into right thinking. But at some point, I'm going to have to understand why I'm doing this. Because I just can't go to meetings indefinitely. And I can't just go with you to the psych ward and watch you guys do a meeting, or the prison and watch you guys do a meeting, and have nothing to bring to the party. I can't do that indefinitely. What they're saying is, come here, do this stuff, and in the doing, you're going to start to change. When we can get you to start to change, then you'll know why you're doing this, and it'll take a different texture. When you're giving out of ego, when you're giving out of self, I see this all the time. Guys, how are you doing? How are you doing? I say, let me show you what I'm doing. And they'll whip out their calendar and show you all their commitments. I'm doing this meeting, I'm doing that meeting, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. That's wonderful. But how are you doing? Well, this is what I'm doing. Look at my calendar. Man, I am active. I am active. When you do that from ego, you end up depleted. You end up exhausted. So when we tell a guy, come in here and get busy with us, that's not the deal. Don't get busy with us. Get busy with us, but also we need to change the inside. We got some outside activities to expose you to some different things, but you got to know why you're doing that. Eventually, I got to do that because it's what I'd be, not because you told me to do it. Oh, everyone's doing it, so I do it, and I go, and I sing a little AA song, and we all go kumbaya, and we leave, and then we go back to our miserable holes we're living in. No. When I have this conversion experience, this spiritual experience, and that starts taking over my life, I go and I come back and my cup is overflowing. I'm charged up. I might be tired, but I'm jazzed. It's on. Because when I do that, that's when, for me, when I experience the presence of God, the presence of that power most in my life, is when I'm working with one drunk across the table. Sometimes it happens in rooms, sometimes it doesn't. But that's when you're doing the deal, because it's the deal, and it's slowly becoming who you be, That's free. And that's really exciting. That's really good stuff. So to a degree, we can act our way into this thing, but eventually I got to learn to think. I have to learn to think, which is what 10 and 11 do for me as I'm going on and continuing this recovery process. They get me to watch my thinking, take a look at my thinking, and then be constructive about how to change my thinking, and then practice that the next day. And all they do is they raise my conscious awareness of what I be, not what I do, what I be. When I be selfish, when I wake up and my meditation's where's mine, I get that kind of day. Everything is not enough. Everything is not enough. He's got 2 girlfriends, I got none. He's got a new car, I'm driving a 20-year-old truck. You know, shit, look at all the money in his billfold. You know, God. You know, I would sit at home and I'd say, I got money problems. And in my mind, I'm thinking, someone better show up here with a wheelbarrow full of cash. And God is saying, why don't you go get a job? You know, no. I'm being spiritual. So, come be with us. Walk with us. And we can tell you why we're doing what we're doing. And you can come, and you'll get some of that on you. But eventually, I have to, you have to, we have to submit to the process. Because you can't stay here out of conformity. You cannot. Because the mind will not allow you to stay. It will take you out. And if I don't have a way, like Fred and Jim, if I don't have a way to watch my thinking and be able to stop that process and see where it's going, I'm just off to the races. God, he was doing so good. He was doing so good, and then, God, he just got drunk. There's a big difference between conformity and surrender. And we can conform for a while, and most of us do conform in the beginning. But you can't stay on that basis. And surrender looks like the worst thing. It almost looks as bad as becoming an alcoholic. You know? But what appeared to be the very worst day of my life was the beginning of a great blessing. But only because I recovered. So guys would say, I found out a couple of years ago, guys, there used to be a pool in town about when I was going to drink. You know? Because no one could believe that I was staying sober on my one-step program. And they would say, why? And I go, I have no idea. I have no idea. But I'm not down with the God idea. And I'm not doing it. I was a liar, cheat, and a thief. I didn't want to be a phony in AA. So I just won't do your 11 steps. And I didn't pretend to do them. I just said, not for me. And if guys would make the mistake of saying, will you help me? I go, I can't help you. Go talk to him. You know, I wasn't into trying to be an AA big deal. It was the last house on the block. It was the only place they'd let me keep coming back to. You know, and that's what I did. And it worked. And I wore them out. And they wore me out. So let's be done. I wanted to do that, some of this foundation stuff, because it's important in the context of the steps to know why we're doing this and what it's about. And it's important to know that just because something calls itself an AA meeting, it doesn't mean recovery's there. I am responsible for my recovery, not you, not my sponsor, not my group. The big book, the sponsor, the group, the meetings, general service, everything is in place to help you and me find this solution. That's the whole deal, is to help the suffering alcoholic find a solution. Not the solution, a solution. We agree on this solution in Alcoholics Anonymous. We agree on this, and we know how to transmit it. We know how to share it. We know how to help each other. Uniquely fitted. So when I started finally sponsoring guys, I was about 9 years sober. And then, and only then, did I start to find out why I got sober the way I got sober. Because every son of a bitch that came to me was exactly like I was. And not one of them, and this isn't bragging, but it's the truth, not one of them has presented to me an argument I didn't have. And I got it the hard, educational, slow way. But when I got it, I have got and established a faith and a relationship with this power that is not, it's not, you can't do anything to me with it. It's unshakable. I don't ever, when I run into tough spots, I don't go, oh, God's out to get me. Oh, God abandoned me. That's not it at all. It's not it at all. It's just something I did coming back to me. It's some seed I sowed at some time in the past that now the debt's coming to be paid. That's all. So I'll see you next week. Thanks a lot. Good evening. I'm Roger. I'm an alcoholic. Ed did something. He told you my home group. I've been sober since October 11th, 1978. My home group's Bridge to Shore, and I have a sponsor, and I'm sponsored. I used to hear people say that kind of stuff, and I was in the back of the room always. And I just thought, what is this? Your AA license plate? What? What do I care? And I say it when I talk because I want to convey three things. One, that continuous sobriety is possible. Two, when I tell you, thank you, when I tell you I've got a home group, it tells you that I've made a commitment to be somewhere at a specific time and place on a regular basis. And when I tell you I have a sponsor, it tells you that even though I've been sober a long time, I still know enough not to trust my thinking. And so I have someone I run my stuff by, especially when I'm really enamored with my stuff. And Dustin and I were talking before the meeting about that. It's interesting how you do this stuff in your head, and it sounds so good, and it makes so much sense. And then when you say it out loud to someone, usually your sponsor, but not always, and they look at you and go, did you hear what you just said? And it's like, oh, it's different when it comes out. It made a lot more sense when it was inside. Last week we talked about the fellowship and some of the elements of the fellowship, and I talked a lot about myths that the fellowship is enamored with, and I left out two. One is relapse is a part of recovery. That's not true. It's not true. I know some of the places people get that idea, but when you sit with me and you say, oh, I see this all the time. Guys come to me and say, I'm coming up in 90 days. I always drink at 90 days. Really? And what are you going to do? Well, I'll drink and I'll get all messed up and then I'll go back to treatment. Really? Interesting. So you know you're going to drink. How do you know you can get sober again? And our book talks about this. It says a lot of us did relapse. Some of us did. And they say, their phrase is, a good case of the jitters is good if you get full knowledge of your condition. So a lot of the guys I work with are chronic relapsers until they get to the steps. And sometimes it takes a while. I worked with a guy who was a chef, and when I met him, he was living in his car dying of pancreatitis. He could not stay sober. And we started doing the steps, and he'd get 2-3 months, and then he'd drink. He'd get 2, 3, 4 months, and then he'd drink. And he was getting so discouraged. And I sat with him. I said, listen, man, the truth is, this year, you've only drank a total of 12 weeks. That's progress. Let's just keep growing these sober periods until these drunken periods disappear. And that's what was his experience. Eventually, he got it. But the deal was, when he came back, it was always, okay, let's look at what you did, but let's also look at what you weren't willing to do. And now let's say, are you willing to change any of that? If the answer is no, then we're done talking, because I can't help you if you're not willing to change something that is already proved to be insufficient. But if you're willing to change some of those things, let's try this again. And as long as the person is willing to make the effort and to change, you got a shot. The other one that just drives me nuts is drug of choice. Oh, alcohol's my drug of choice. Oh, really? God, if alcohol was my drug of choice, I would have chosen not to drink it. Alcohol is my drug of no choice. That's what alcohol is. It's my drug of no choice. Drug of choice puts the idea in my head that I have some say about it. No, not here. Do that in your wherever you do that, but don't do that here. That's poison. It's a lie. It's not true. Everything in our text, in our big book, says that's not our drug of choice. That's what we're powerless over. Have no choice. I've lost the ability to predict what's going to happen when I drink, when I'm going to drink, how long I'm going to drink. I got drunk on 2 drinks, and I blacked out for 3 days. Then I drank for a whole day, and I couldn't get drunk. So, I'm done. We got to do some steps. Maybe. So the point of this exercise is we've been talking about different messages. And the doctor's opinion in the first 4 chapters, which comprises a little over 30% of what we call the instructions, the first 164 pages, over the first 1/3 of it is dedicated to the first 2 steps. And they're not anywhere in the book. They describe a surrender, but nowhere does it say, now you've taken your first step. Oh, and here's your second step. It doesn't say that at all. What it wants me to do is it wants me to conclude from comparing their experience, which they wrote in the book, to my experience. They want me to come to my own conclusion, which is one of the great aspects of Alcoholics Anonymous. It never tells me what I am. It says, this is what we were. Are you like that? Well, then maybe you're one of us. That's all it does. It says, here's our experience. Do you have anything that compares to that? Because I'm the one. I am the one who determines whether I'm alcoholic or not. Not the court, not my wife, not the judge, not my counselor, not my sponsor, nobody but me. And I do that by comparing my insides with their insides, which they put in this book. So we talked a lot about the doctor's opinion, physical allergy, mental obsession, phenomenon of craving. Then they give us Bill's story. Prototypical drunk. What a beautiful story. Every aspect of being a drunk is in his story. I mean, he was so messed up, so beautifully messed up. I like in the front of his story, it's talking about how he had this insatiable drive to succeed, and came out of the war experience, and he looked around and said, where's it happening? It looks like it's happening here. I'll go here, and I'll prove to the world I'm somebody. And that whole thing in the world of psychology, it's called external referral. This whole idea, I've got this image of me, and when I can get it out here and it looks right, the right amount of money, the right woman, the right house, whatever your picture is, when I get that picture, I'll know I'm okay. And Bill demonstrated beautifully. So he goes in, what does he do? I think law course, yeah, that's what I mean, law course, yeah. And at the end he talks about being too drunk to write or think, which is fairly drunk for a social drinker. And for a guy that just tips him back once in a while. But he came to a conclusion that we have done, I don't know about you, I have done dozens and dozens of times, if not hundreds of times. Remember, he gets to the end of that and he goes, about the time I finished that course, I realized the law was not for me. Why? Because Bill told himself he was going to feel complete. He was going to be somebody. He was going to be whole when he attained that goal. And the instant he got to the goal, he didn't say, I should inventory this. He didn't say there must be something wrong with me. He said there's something wrong with the picture. Why? Because it didn't fix me. It didn't fix me. And so he was just on this merry-go-round of trying to fix what we call the God-sized hole. Every alcoholic talks about having this sense of being incomplete, not whole. And we go out here to fill the hole. And it never fills the hole. And we will do it until we die unless something happens along the way to change our path. So Bill's going along, and we see all the progression of his drinking. And then when it's really getting bad, he shows up in the hospital, which is where he meets Silkworth. And Silkworth gives him this idea. I think you're one of those allergic types. He says, what's that about? And he tells him. He says, that idea appeals. That explains a lot. I have an allergy. Great. And Bill goes, thanks. I'll take it from here. And Bill did what all of us do at different times. Self-knowledge will be the answer. Self-knowledge. So Bill now has got information. He's got his resolve, which he fails to see is ineffective with his drinking. That's what we call delusion. Now he's got this resolve. I'll just reassert myself, and now I've got this information. I have an allergy, so I'm done. And then, of course, he's not, and he gets drunk, and it's worse because it always gets worse. He shows up in the hospital again, and he hears Silkworth talking to his wife. And he's saying, Bill's one of those guys, I'm sorry, Lois, but Bill's one of those guys that I've come to regard as hopeless. Really? What's that look like? Well, that means he's going to either be up in the psych ward in a diaper, or he's going to die in withdrawals. I'm paraphrasing. Well, some of you might not have read the book. I don't want you to think that I'm quoting the book. But I'm quoting, in essence, the story. Bill hears this and goes, holy shit. I don't like that future. And so he goes back. Now he's got a two-part program, self-knowledge and fear. And he goes, that's not going to happen to me. I'll reapply myself, more resolve, and new information. I got the information about the allergy, and now I got this piece. I'm scared to death. I don't want to end up like that. There was no happy ending at the end of that, so I'm not going there. So that's his formula for staying sober. Works for a while. And anyone in this room who's done this knows, after it works for a while, you start thinking, maybe it wasn't such a big deal. Perhaps I overreacted, He gets drunk again, and this last bout is when he runs into Ebby, and his buddy shares some new ideas with him. And he has a pretty profound experience while he's drinking, talking to Ebby. We talked about this last week a little bit. And out of that, he goes, damn, Ebby's hooked himself onto something that really works, and da-da-da-da. He ends up in the booby hatch again. The hospital. And he does the instructions that Ebby gave him about surrendering to God, acquainting a fellow who is Ebby with his defects of character, and turning himself into restitution and the service phase. And some powerful things happened to him in the hospital. The thought came to him now, I don't know if you can remember your last detox, but I can. And this was not one of the thoughts that came to me. The thought that came to him while he was in the hospital detoxing was, perhaps there are thousands of men like me out there who would like what I have. That is not what I did coming out of my detox. Evidence of a huge shift in his consciousness, and a huge shift in the way he was looking at this. They're doing this for us to identify. Have you ever tried staying sober on fear? There is no consequence in the world if you're a real alcoholic. There is no consequence in the world in front of you that can stop you from drinking. It can interfere with it for a while, but it cannot stop you. It cannot stop you. I had a diagnosis of fatal, chronic, acute alcoholism. It didn't stop me. I welcomed it. I've sat in court with guys, and the judge says, hey, you're going to the workhouse for a year, or you might want to treat that alcoholism. And he turns around and looks at me and goes, what should I do? Because why? Because AA says, here's your experiment. If you want to know if you're an alcoholic, try some controlled drinking. Try some controlled sobriety. Try not drinking for a year. Right. What's controlled drinking look like? Could we try some of that first? Because that's the only way I'm going to get in front of the fact that I don't have control. The only thing that's going to put me there in front of that idea is my experience, not yours, mine. So they lay it out in the book, right? So the next thing after Bill's story is there's a solution. If there is, let's just get at it. And there's a solution. I wrote some things down. It's all about your thinking. It's not about drinking. After Bill's story, we're not talking about drinking. Everything is about your thinking. It's all about thinking. And then it talks about different types of drinkers, and it gives us this conclusion, like on the 23rd bloody page. If you missed the paragraph in the preface, more than 100 men and women who have recovered from a seemingly hopeless state of mind and body, we put it in here again. And their conclusion is, that the main problem of mine, the alcoholic, centers in my mind rather than my body. So where am I at with that question? Where am I at with that question? Do I really think it's in my mind? Do I really? Not really. No, I don't think so. It's a nice idea, but I don't see how that's going to pay any bills. The main problem's in my mind. We can prove that. If you're an alcoholic and you have the phenomenon of craving, we can prove that very simply. We got 4 ounces of whiskey here, and it's not a problem until it's in here. Because I can't have the phenomenon of craving until the alcohol's in my system. So everything that feels like jonesing for a drink is obsession. It's mental obsession. Because you can't have the phenomenon. You can't have a craving until the substance is in my body. So, if the problem lies in the drink exclusively, I'm not drinking, I should have no problem. But I have this mind. Bill's story illustrates it beautifully, and every story in this room would do the same thing. I'm just not drinking today. And then by 3 o'clock, I'm shit-faced. I changed my mind. I didn't know my buddy's going to show up with 2 cases of beer. Hell, it's free. What do you expect? I mean, I just changed my mind. No, I had no defense against the thought. It doesn't occur to me that I have no defense against the thought because I like the idea, because I'm an alcoholic. Of course I'd like a drink. Roland had the same experience. He comes back from a year with Jung, and he's really feeling good. He was really confident, a lot of self-knowledge, a lot of insight, workings of the mind. This is beautiful. There's only one problem. Someone asked the wrong question. What was that? Well, he's on the boat going back to New York. Would you like a drink? Yes. Of course. It's been a year. I'm very thirsty now that you bring it up. He had no defense against the idea. Had no defense against the idea. And once I succumb to the idea, I drink. Then the phenomenon of craving kicks in, and I go through the stages of spree. And if I live through it, I come out the other end, and we always go, oh, I need a break. I'm taking a little hiatus here. I'm not drinking this week. And then by Wednesday, I'm feeling better, and I think, well, probably overreacted. I think it's okay to go back in the water again. I know, I see the fins too, but I really don't think there'll be a shark attack today. Maybe you, but not me. God. Then they go on to say, the great fact is we've had deep and effective spiritual experiences, and those experiences have revolutionized the way we see everything. You, my circumstances, the world, the universe, everything. And I'm going, you're kidding me. I have a drinking problem. And they're saying, no, it looks like a drinking problem. But now you're not drinking, so what's the problem? I'm miserable. Silkworth describes restless, irritable, and discontented. I am miserable. I'm in pain here. This is not a friendly planet. I don't like it. It doesn't feel good being me. I am not comfortable. And the only thing that's ever worked for me is that. And until I change, that will be true. So that's the great fact. And the conclusion is that I'm hopeless until I have some kind of a conversion experience. You can call it a spiritual experience, you can call it awakening, you can call it a personality change, but it's going to be a radical upheaval in the way I see and respond to the world. Is it going to happen in an instant? No. I know a few guys that it has, but it didn't for me. It happened slowly over a period of time. Trial and error, trial and error, trial and error. So, they tell us what we got with the doctor's opinion. They give us the prototypical alcoholic story with Bill. Then they give us a chapter on the solution. Seems to me the book should be over. They say, go find God. I don't believe in God. Well, that's a problem, isn't it? I'm a devout atheist. That's a bitch. That idea is going to have to change. And the reason it doesn't change is because I don't want it to. I cling to that old idea, even though it is of absolutely no service to me. It is no use to me at all, but I cling to it because it's what is known and it's what I've practiced. And you'll find that with all your old ideas when you get to it. So then they go, well, okay, how about more about alcoholism? Because they know if you read the book and study it, it's laid out in a way, they give you an idea and then they repeat it 2 or 3 times. Then they call it a new chapter and they give you the idea again and they repeat it 2 or 3 times. It's all the same thing. If you don't change, if you don't find a different authority to reference, you're going to die. If you have alcoholism the way we see alcoholism, you're going to die. That's all you can do. You can either die or you can change. And by the way, you're powerless to change you. Have a nice day. See you next week at 7 o'clock. You know, Jesus. So, the idea they talk about that someday, somehow, I'll be able to control my drinking. Great obsession of every alcoholic drinker. Do I have that thinking? That's what it's asking me. Is this you? They're just saying, this is us. Is this you? And until I had someone walk me through this, I couldn't identify. Because I was busy identifying with everything that wasn't me. I wasn't in the army. I didn't go to war. I don't give a shit about money on the Wall Street. I'm not that guy. No, not at all. But when you compare the emotional landscape, I'm that guy. I get that. But until someone helped me with that, I didn't get it on my own. So then they go on and say, here's the deal. You have to fully concede to your innermost self that this is you. Not out here. That's baloney. Anyone can go to a meeting and sound surrendered for an hour. You know? Yeah, I'm an alcoholic. I'm powerless. Oh, yeah, really. And the other 23 hours of the day, I was trying to convince myself I wasn't powerless because I was being a jerk. So, that's where the surrender is. That's where the recovery is. It's inside out. We surrender inside. We do the steps inside. It's an internal job. It's not an external job. It's not about finding the perfect sponsor or the perfect meeting. It's about doing the steps. It's about a process. So they give me all these chapters. This is the chapter they tell us to go try some controlled drinking or some controlled sobriety. You know, drink, stop abruptly. What does that look like? You mean like quit entirely? Stop abruptly, that's a radical idea. Stop abruptly. I do nothing abruptly. Well, I start abruptly, but stop abruptly, there's a concept. I was working with a guy once that was going to do some controlled drinking. And I said, fine, so let's set up. We got a calendar on the refrigerator. Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday will be 4 ounces of whiskey. You like 4 ounces? 4 ounces will do. Okay. So we go, and he checks off Monday, and he goes Wednesday, Thursday. He's checking off. He's doing fine for a couple of weeks, and pretty soon he gets to Monday, and he borrows Wednesdays. And then he gets to Tuesday, and he borrows Thursday and Friday. And about the third week of the thing, the chart just went off. And there you go. There you go. Now you understand. You set the experiment up yourself, and you couldn't follow through. I think I'll try again. Oh, okay. Try again. Try again. If you think you should try again, I'm instructed in chapter 7 to say, yes, try some more. I'm not instructed to talk you out of your good idea. I think I can smoke dope and do this. You do. Well, have at it. I'll see you in a week. How you doing with that step work? Well, I've been so mellow lately. I really haven't had a problem, so I haven't felt the need. You know, it just goes on and on. Then it gives us this idea. What sort of thinking dominates a person that does that over and over? What sort of thinking? I never thought about my thoughts dominating me. What sort of thinking dominates someone that would do that over and over? I know better. I can handle it. I can control it. That's the delusion. Because all the evidence is to the contrary. All the evidence is to the contrary. And still, I will throw all that aside for this idea. It'll be different this time. I didn't always say it in those words. But there was always an extenuating circumstance. Well, it's Wednesday. You know, I lost my job. I got a job. Someone had a baby. Someone died. Got married. Got divorced. You know, broke my shoelace. Burned the toast. No toilet paper. Car wouldn't start. Car started. Shit. You know, on and on. A million reasons. A million reasons. So, it never occurred to Bill, and it never occurred to Roger, and it never occurred to any of us that the problem was lack of power. My alcoholism doesn't let me see the problem. What it lets me see is what it wants me to think is the problem. If I could just get her to act differently, if I could just get him to give me a raise, if I could just get them off my back, if I could just get a new car, if I could just get out of debt, if I could just catch a break, But until I catch a break, I'm going to have a damn drink. Because it's the only thing that allows me to get through this crappy thing I call my life. It's the only thing that allows me to get up, stay up, and make it through the day. And until I have a substitute that works far in excess of that, I'm not going to take it. Because it's the only thing I know. It's the only thing I know. Then they did something really used to drive me nuts. Jim and Fred. The car salesman and the accountant. Familiar with the stories? Nod? Yeah. And I would read those and I would think, what the hell is this? They describe these guys and, he's successful and everyone likes him and owns a car dealership and he's a war hero. And I'm thinking, what a son of a bitch. He'd be right at the top of my list of people to have an accident. And Fred's the same way. And I just couldn't I don't have any of that stuff. I don't relate. But when I relate it from the story, Jim was just a little irritated. But he blew it off. Had a little row with the boss, but not a big deal. Oh, by the way, I showed up for work on Tuesday. What happened to Monday? Tell us about that, Jim. I called in sick, whatever. So on Tuesday, I have this argument with the boss. No big deal. Just pisses me off a little bit that I work for the place I used to own. Not a big deal. Just blow it off. No, it's really not a big deal. I'm fine. I'm fine with it. I'm fine. I think I'll go out and sell a car. And I think I'll stop at that roadhouse that I've stopped at many times. And I think I'll just see if I can find someone to buy a car. While I am, I think I'll have some lunch. And then the thought occurs to me, I think I'll have another lunch. This is when it starts getting weird. I had one lunch, that's fine. It's almost like he's waiting. And then it comes. The thought struck me, a little whiskey in my mouth. Now there's a hell of an idea. It took me 2 lunches, but I got there. I knew I was waiting for something, and the train pulled in. And the idea was, a little whiskey in the milk, not a bad deal. That won't hurt you. Hurt me. Jesus, I drank for the effect, and now I've got this idea saying, you won't have any effect. This won't bother you. Oh, really? And so Jim's off the deep end. Fred, same deal. And he shows up in the hospital, little cases of jitters. Not a drinking problem, but he has a quiet little surrendering. He realizes, man, this is humiliating because I know the truth. I'm here because of my drinking. And by God, that's going to stop. And I have evidence in my life to comfort me in the idea that I can stop it because I've been so successful in every other area. So then these drunks happen to visit me. I think, oh, interesting. Nice, but run along. I'm not like you. See, Jim and Fred weren't like us. They had other ideas about who they were and what they were. They didn't like our ideas, although some of them made sense. And so Fred goes out, has a perfect day. Now, Jim had a lousy day. We all understand drinking when we have a lousy day. Pissed off, I'm fine. Prick. Now, Fred had a perfect day. Fred had a perfect damn day. So he takes himself out to dinner. Thought crossed my mind. Cocktail with my steak wouldn't be a bad thing, would it? Not at all. So he has a little drink, has his dinner. What does he do? He goes for a walk. I made this part up, the part that's coming. I imagine Jim, if I'm Jim, I'm taking this walk and I'm going, not a problem, just had a drink, not a big deal. Just had one drink. That's not a big deal, is it? No, it's not a big deal. We agree. Not a big deal. It's fine. We're okay, right? We're fine. Let's go back to the hotel. Okay. And then the thought comes back with a little more authority and says, how about a nightcap? Good idea. Damn straight. Because we did have a drink with dinner. Nothing happened, right? So I just have a nightcap. And the next thing I know, I'm giving all my money to some taxi driver in New York. God. And I got some foggy recollection of talking to my wife who did not meet me at the airport. And I've got some friendly cabbie, which is a guy, I'm your friend until you're out of money, driving me around. I'm on this run. I get done. And then he talks about being back in the hospital when I regained my ability to think. when I regained my ability to think. I looked back on that, and the thought hadn't even crossed my mind. Because his whole thing was, thanks for the information, and I'll put up a good defense against that drink, and I'll be fine. Self-knowledge and resolve, very similar to Bill. But these guys were coming from two different, perfect day, lousy day. Doesn't matter. The thought is what took them both out. So they're trying to get me to see this thing about my thinking. So then, we get to my favorite chapter. We agnostics. I mean, you know, in a sense, it feels, it's hard to do this because we could do a weekend on any one of these things. So I have the sense that I'm just rushing through this, but hopefully we'll make some sense out of it. The chapter to the agnostic is about the guy like me who felt he had no capacity for anything good. I had no capacity for love. I had no capacity for worship. I had no capacity for faith. None. None. And I really do not like the God idea. So they give us this stuff, and it's in the second chapter, or the second page. They give us a summation. They're always doing this. They give us the setup, and then they say, this is what we concluded. What did you conclude? And then they tell you the answer to the question. Did you conclude this? Resentment leads only to futility? Did you conclude that? We did too. Oh, good. Well, move on. You know, if you didn't conclude that, well, maybe we should talk. So they get to this place. It says, lack of power, that was our dilemma. We had to find a power by which we could live, and it had to be a power greater than ourselves, obviously, period. So the question is it obvious to me? Is that idea obvious to me? Yes or no? Not kind of. Yes or no? Then it says, where and how are we to find the power? Well, that's exactly what the book is about. The main object is to allow the reader to find the power, and the power will solve his problem. So that tells me, when we get to 6 and 7, I am no longer my problem solver. Because when I solve my problems, I manifest more problems. That's my experience of me working on me, is more stuff happens. More not fun stuff happens. When I'm helping me, my life gets worse. So they put me in front of these questions, and they say, the main object of the book is to find the power, and the power will solve my problem, and it's singular. And I don't know for you, but for me, I had a lot of problems. I had more than one problem. You know, there was a drinking problem, but obviously I don't have that problem anymore because I haven't drank in several months. So that's not a problem. But I have other problems. I have the IRS, I have lawyers, I have restraining orders, I have ex-wives, I have kids I can't see, I have dealers looking for me. I have problems. I have cops looking for me in a half dozen states. I have several $1,000s worth of bad checks. I have problems. And once I get these problems handled, maybe I'll consider some of these steps, but right now, I got problems. And what this is saying is, no, you have one problem. Any idea that separates you from the solution. Whether your solution is the steps, or God, or Allah, or Jesus Christ, or Muhammad, or Big Wally, or the Creator, whatever. It's what separates you from doing this. Because the steps are the on-ramp to find the power. That's the program of recovery. So they put me in front of that idea. I don't know that. And then they go through and they deconstruct my thinking. Let's talk about love, worship, and faith. Oh, really? Haven't you loved anything? Well, love money. Love sex. I guess I love power. Yeah, okay. Well, what about worshiping? I don't worship. That's a church thing. No, what about worshiping? What did you hold above all else? Oh, being number one. Power over. My will. Intimidation. That was a good one. Yeah, that worked. Yeah. I guess I've worshipped a little. I love women. I worship them. In a way. In a way. Oh, what about faith? Now there, I got no faith. Oh, really? No faith at all. None whatsoever. Did you not have faith in whiskey? Oh, good point. Never thought of it that way. I had complete faith. and ethyl alcohol. I knew that if I put enough of her into me, I would be okay. I would be okay. I did have faith. Yeah, I did have some faith. Yeah. And I had some of that faith around some of the drugs I did too. But they weren't as reliable as alcohol for me. Alcohol was predictable to a degree. And so they deconstructed my ideas about faith, love, and worship. And it was not a comfortable exercise for me. And it happened slowly because I was so well defended in my thinking about these ideas. But I had to admit, there's a how about the God of reason? How about your intellect? Your ability to think your way out of all those problems, to talk your way out of getting your face smashed in, to talk your way out of the ticket, to talk your way out of the angry husband chasing you down the alley. Yeah, what about that? Okay. I'm with you. So then they talked to me about my senses. Sight, smell, taste, hearing, touch. My senses. What about those? I never considered this, but what they said was, you can't trust them. What do you mean I can't trust them? I'm quite aware of the fact that my armpits are sweating. I can trust that. I'm quite aware of the fact that I'm hot and I'm thirsty. I can trust that. But what about when that guy walks in the room and you decide what he's thinking based on his face? It never occurs to you that you're making up a story. It never occurs to you. My senses are useful in a sense for my body. My autonomic functions are useful. They tell me good information, but they're not reliable. Case in point, your senses are telling you right now that this is the entire world. This square little room, this flat surface you're sitting on, it doesn't let you know that you're sitting on a globe that's spinning thousands of miles an hour and hurtling through space thousands of miles an hour in a more or less elliptical path around another object. Your senses don't tell you that. So I take my sensory data and I decide from the appearance of things what they mean, what's going on. And the truth is, if you've done a 4-step, you'll recognize this right away. The truth is, I'm wrong most of the time. I am bloody wrong most of the time. And that's what's killing me, how I see the world. We're back to the thinking. Trust my senses to a degree, but not as the ultimate. I'll give you an example. Dennis, my sidekick, walks into the meeting. Hi, Denny, how are you? Doesn't say anything. I go, Oh, meeting started. I'll talk to him later. So all during the meeting, I'm looking at Dennis thinking, have I done something to Dennis? No, I don't think I've done anything to Dennis. Did I not return a call? No. No, I didn't do, did I offend him? No, I didn't. And then my head says, well, then Dennis must be an asshole. That's where we go. We don't go there in a leap, but pretty soon it's like, I wonder what's going on. Then my ego turns away and says, well, I wonder what's going on with Dennis. Because obviously nothing's going on with me. I've already looked at that. I wonder what's going on with Dennis. And then my head says, oh, he's kind of arrogant. Yeah, he's a little arrogant. And someone probably ought to not take his inventory, but maybe a loving appraisal. Maybe a conversation, a little chat to let him know that his arrogance is getting out of hand again. And now I haven't heard anything in the meeting because this is what's been going on in my head. Now we leave, and I don't go out to coffee because I want to go home and I want to think. And now I think about this all week long. And by the time I get to the end of the week of thinking about this, I'm thinking, when I see Dennis, I'm going to enlighten him. So I come to the meeting the next Monday, and I go, Denny, how are you? What? I said, how are you? He said, this ear's deaf. My hearing aid's in the shop. Talk into this ear. Oh, never mind. But it's the appearance of things, and I make up a story. I have done this my entire life. I don't have one or two of these stories. I've got tens of thousands of these stories, and just coincidentally, they're all about how I've been wronged. Go figure. They're all about what's wrong with you and how it's been hurtful to me. God, it's a tough place. No wonder we drink. It's not friendly. So, we've got these ideas. We're powerless over alcohol. Life's unmanageable. Really? Where are you at with that? The doctor's opinion, these first 4 chapters are all about answering these questions. Are you powerless over alcohol? Is your life unmanageable? Do you now believe, or are you willing to believe there's a power that could, not would, but could restore you to something useful? That's it. That's it. That's the whole deal. And that's why they say, if you reach this point now, we're going to make a decision. We are? What's that? We're going to decide to turn our will and lives over to the care of God. Ha ha! Right. Well, if you're not there, toss the book or start again. Because you've obviously missed something. Or you're not one of us. So go find out if you're one of us. See you later. So here's something that's miraculous, I believe. Oh, wait a minute. See if I can find this. I was blessed with this surrender that I had, where I didn't have any question about being powerless over alcohol. None. It was a great gift because I had problems with everything else. But I didn't have a problem with that, so I'm good on that. Now, what's this unmanageability? What is that about? Well, the secret underneath that is that you're powerless over running your life. It says, and our lives are unmanageable. I don't know about that. I'm managing pretty well today. Well, no, we're not talking about today. Let's talk about the big picture, the long view. Since you started drinking till now, let's look at that picture. There's a great set of questions on page 52 that you can take a guy through who doesn't think his life's unmanageable. Here they are. Having trouble with personal relationships? What would that look like? Mother, father, brother, sister, employer, employees, co-workers. Broaden it out a little bit. Banks, authorities, cops, internal revenue, personal relationships. Oh, couldn't control our emotional natures. What does that mean? Prey to misery and depression. Let's see. I think I can control my emotional nature, do you? That would imply that you can get up and predict your emotional whereabouts at any point in the day, really. So I get up and I decide today, I'm going to be peaceful. Today I'll be helpful. No. In fact, I think today I'll take from 10 to noon to work on my resentments. Just replay a few of the old home movies, get tuned up for the afternoon. And then maybe from noon to 3 I'll practice some revenge, and then from 3 to 6 I think we'll go into to useful, helpful, kind. No, I have no ability to predict that or even to construct it. I got up every day and said, I'm going to be a good dad today. And I couldn't. It's not that I didn't want to be. It's not that I didn't love my kids. I couldn't. After a point, I could not show up for my life because alcohol had been making all my decisions. Very subtly at first, but much more pronounced at the end. So prey to misery and depression. Misery and depression. Oh, yeah. A little self-pity here and there. Nothing bad, But overall, I would give you a very cynical view of the world. The world sucks. That's what it does. It sucks. And the people that have some stuff over there, I used to steal a lot because I figured, Jesus Christ, Dayton's, they got money to lose. I should have some for me. When I was a kid, I had a little theft ring. It was actually my first small business. And I had all these kids out stealing stuff for me over at the shopping center, and I would pay them with candy bars. Yeah, prey to misery and depression. Couldn't make a living. Feeling useless. Just a little. Just when I got sober. Just when I got a clear shot at what was going on in my life. And I just couldn't put it together. I just couldn't figure out why the hell I had guys I grew up with, and I'd run into them once in a while, and they go, what you been doing? I said, well, I've been on the road for 15 years. What have you been doing? Well, I went back to college. I got a degree. I got this little business over here. You know, people getting lives. And it was phenomenal to me. I'd look at it and I go, man, how are you doing that? Well, you're lucky. I'm not lucky. I'm not lucky. You're lucky. No, you work. I didn't do anything. I just pissed away years. Full of fear. I didn't know all that anger was fear. I was full of anger. And what I learned from the steps is my anger is just fear. Just loud fear. I think we might have talked about this last week a little bit. You know, I came in here being afraid of nothing, and I found out I was afraid of everything. That's an ego deflator. No kidding. So, couldn't be of real help to other people. It was really not a goal of mine, being of real help to you. But I would have to say, that's true, if I wanted to help. But I really don't want to help. And the truth is, I was afraid. I was afraid to have any interaction with anyone because I couldn't predict what was going to happen. I was scared to death. You know, my deal, what I called relationships usually lasted about 72 hours, about till she asked me what my last name was. And I thought, well, now that's getting a little personal. You know, just stay the hell away from me. And I wanted that closeness. I wanted that intimacy. But my alcoholism wouldn't let me. It's the same reason I didn't want to do that fifth step, because if you know who I really am, you'll kick me out to the street. My biggest fear that I was unlovable. And I created that self-fulfilling prophecy. I was unlovable. And then I said, see, you're unlovable. And now you say, tell us all about you, especially the nasty, ugly shit. We want to hear that. Oh, really? And then what's going to happen? I know what's going to happen. You're going to say, man, I've seen a lot of people in here, but no one as bad as you. Don't come back here. Find another meeting, you know. Go somewhere else with this thing. So all they're trying to do is get me to get in front of this question. Are you alcoholic? Are you powerless over your alcohol? And how are you doing managing your life? And are you willing to believe in the possibility? The step says came to believe. That's past tense. It means in the course of time, some short, some long, in the course of time, you will come to believe that there's a power and it can do something useful in your life. So now here we are, crazier than ticks. And you know how crazy ticks are. But here we are, insane, going, you know, where's the recovery stuff? Where's the recovery stuff? Here's the first glimpse of a power moving through my life, my consciousness, my interior, that I could come out of what I came out of and make those conclusions. To get in front of that truth and say, yeah, that is me. That is me. That's miraculous. That's a shift in perception. That's an opening up to ideas that were totally radical. Powerless? Wow. Really? Never considered that. Got a lot of evidence now that you put it this way. Makes sense. And all of a sudden I'm going, yeah, powerless. I'm powerless. The other thing they don't tell you is you're powerless to manage your life as well. They meant powerless with a capital P. They don't anywhere in the steps say, well, you have some power over here. You do have some power at work, or you do have some power with your wife or your husband. You do have some power with a checkbook. It said, no, you have no power. And you better find a power by which you can live, or the prognosis for you is fatal. And we go, oh yeah, fatal, incurable illness. It's only a spiritual experience. Yeah, right, fine. But we don't act like it. Rarely do we act like our life's on the line. We want to play. We want to debate. I almost debated myself dead in AA because I was insistent on this idea that I'm not an alcoholic. And, I had my little awakening at gunpoint. Did I tell you that last week? No. How I took my second step? I didn't tell you that? No. The rest of you go, I don't know, I was sleeping, man. What are you? Jesus. Ed goes, no, and everyone else is going, I don't know. Oh, shit. I didn't know there was going to be questions. Jesus. Well, I was about a year and a half into my happy, joyous, and free trudge. And I was going to meetings sometimes once, twice a month, whether I needed them or not, you know. And I would sit in the back like the ladies there, not that you or me, but I would sit in the back of the meeting, go to speaker meetings, like those especially, didn't have to participate, didn't have to interact. No, I don't want to be greeted. No, I don't want a damn hug. Just, where's the coffee? And if you have a donut, that'd be nice, you know. And I'll get in late so I can avoid all that crap at the door. I'll sit in the back. I'll listen to some yahoo spew lies from the podium. And then I'll get up while you all are praying, because I ain't going to pray, because I don't believe in that. Okay? I didn't have a problem with the first step. I just had a problem with the other 11. And so I'm haunted. I am plagued by the idea of suicide. The obsession to drink was removed really early for me, but the idea of suicide was not. And every day I got up and it was just like Bill when he was talking in his story, you know. I cursed myself for being a wimp because I'm looking at the medicine cabinet. I got this poison I could take and this will just be over. Then the end of the day he's dragging his mattress downstairs because he's afraid he's going to jump out the window. Just nuts. I want to die. I don't want to die. I want to die. I don't want to die. Oh, God. Why can't he kill me? I don't know. Let's not do that right now. You know. So I'm obsessed with this thing about killing myself. And physical sobriety with no recovery is hell. It was much worse than the last 5 years I drank. It was much worse because I kept getting more and more clear. It took a while before I could really see and hear things. And it took about a year for my hearing to come back, but I was pretty banged up, but I wasn't in a state of not being able, I wasn't irreparable. And I was still working in clubs, I was still playing, and I was nuts. And my brain was all screwed up. I couldn't remember what I was doing. We'd go play at night, and I'd be singing songs I wrote, been singing it for 10 years, couldn't remember them. I'd put the lyrics on the monitor, and I'd be, reading and singing. And then I get there and I go, damn it, did we just finish the second verse? Is it time for a chorus? Or what? And the band is just watching me because I might, instead of singing the second verse, I might turn around and say, take it. It might be solo time. It might, and they were just going, God, I wish you'd drink because you're much more predictable. And I thought my brain was broken. Now that coupled with the fact that I've done no step work and I've got all this crap getting bigger and louder. I can't go out. I can't answer the phone. I can't answer the door. I can't pay a bill. I can't make any money. Can't hold on to any money. I'm freaking uncomfortable all the time. If I'm sitting, I want to be standing. If I'm standing, I want to sit. If I'm walking, I want to be laying down. If I'm laying down, I got to get up and walk. And every day it's like, why don't you just kill yourself? And I go, because I'm a coward. So finally, I succumbed to the idea, and I put my pistol in my mouth because, if there's tough guys in here, tough guys always have weapons. Just a little caveat. When you run into someone who is bad, they won't have any weapons. You just look at them and go, oh, my God. It's in the eyes. So anyway, I had my little pistol, and I put it in my mouth. Now I'm still an atheist, so I can't have a God shot. I can't have an inspired thought. Can't be, So this is how God talks to me. First thought, mighty small caliber. I consoled myself with the fact that there'd be a large exit wound. And so I got this pistol in my mouth. And the second thing that came into my mind was this kid I went to high school with, Patrick, and tried to kill himself with a shotgun. And when he pressed the trigger with his toe, he moved the butt of the gun and he blew the side of his face off. And he lived. Went through 12, 15, 16 reconstructive surgeries. He finally killed himself about 7 years later. But the thought was, you'll be like him. You'll wake up in the hospital, paralyzed from the cheekbones down, and one of those jerks from Intergroup will be at the end of the table, end of your bed with one of those blue books going, do you want to do the steps now, Roger? Blink once for yes, twice for no. And the third idea was, and it was very clearly, it was, are you even willing to believe in the possibility? And from somewhere deep inside me, I heard a voice say yes. The gun came out, and the suicide idea went away. And that's when I took my second step. All it was required to be willing to believe in the possibility. I didn't have to sign off on anything. The reason they take so much of the text to work on these ideas is because in chapter 5, right where you stopped reading, they're going to ask us if this is us and if we want to make a decision to go forward. Third step. So the reason there's not as much space dedicated to the other steps is because they've already sold you on the idea. Now we got to process. You know, it's a suggested program of recovery until you decide to do it. Then it's not suggested anymore. It's not suggested. You're directed to do these things in this order, in this manner. And so I thought, well, there you go. I've taken a second step. That's a beautiful thing. And I don't feel much different. And there's nothing to feel different about. So I've come to these conclusions. Joe and Charlie put it this way. In the first step, I identify the problem. I lack power. In the second step, I identify the solution. Find a power greater than me. Wonderful. You feel better yet? No. No? I don't feel better. In fact, I feel worse. And the reason I feel worse is because I know what's ahead. Read the bloody steps. They're everywhere. They're on all the walls. I mean, look what they're going to do. Jesus. That's what they're talking to me about. Now, I know what's next. Make a decision. To do what? Turn your thinking and your actions to the care and direction of this power. Well, what'll that look like? You don't get to know. What do you mean I don't get to know? I just want a little taste. No, you don't get to know. Leap of faith. Trust us. We've done this, and it's worked. The book says that. These are the steps we took. These are the actions we took, and this is precisely how we took them. And if you can take them the way we took them, you can have the experience we've had. And if I don't take them the way they have taken them, then I can't possibly expect to have that experience. So this is the foundation for everything I'm going to do down the road. Well, how powerless do you think you are? You know, what do you think powerless means? It means without power. What is excuse me. What is one of the fundamental harmonics in the first step? Hopelessness. That's not an upper. Hopelessness. God, if you're hopeless, that's a gift. If you come here and you're not hopeless, you're screwed because you think you know better. At some level, in some area, you're going to think, you know what? That's good for you, but it doesn't apply to me. I know better. When I can get to the point where I don't know jack, that's a good place to be. And all these steps, especially the first 5, are all about tearing down my thinking, my perceptions. The limitation in this is me. It's not my circumstance. It's me. The limitation, what they've told me in all these chapters so far, the limitation is in your thinking. And if you're going to continue to think from selfish self-centeredness, which we've concluded is the root of your problem, not your drinking, your selfish self-centeredness, what is the root? Nice metaphor. Root of the plant. It's what anchors it. It's where all the sustenance comes through. It's what informs the plant. The root of my problem is me. I'm selfish and self-centered. It's all about me all the time. What about me? What about me? What about me? What's in it for me? Me, 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 me. Mine, 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 mine. I. God. And it's killing me. And they're saying the only thing that can change that is this power. So in these early steps, this is a process of ego deflation. Emmett Fox talked about, see if I can remember this, 4 phases of spiritual transformation. 1, surrender. We do that in the first step. Admission. We're doing that in 2 through 7. Restitution, 8 and 9. And the 4th phase is construction of a new life, not a reconstruction, not rebuilding what I had. Because what I had was inadequate. I don't want to rebuild anything I came from. Constructing a new life. And it fits beautifully with our steps. So I'm in the foundation. I'm laying the groundwork. So what happens if I just sign off on this stuff and I don't do it at depth? What's going to happen is I'm going to get down the road and I'm going to say, oh, yeah, I took a third step. I'm on there. 1, 2, 3, that's me. Powerless, unmanageable, I'm willing to believe. In fact, I'll go as far as I do believe. And yes, I've made a decision. Who knows that? Who knows any of those first 3 steps? The only person who knows is you, is me, because they're all internal. They're all conclusions of this mind. They're conclusions I'm brought to by the text, comparing their experience with my experience, identifying. Then I come to this conclusion. I'm brought there by their experience and these new ideas. And it's like, oh, that's nice. But nothing's happened. Nothing's really changed. My thinking's starting to shift, but I'm still a bad actor. I'm still a thief. I'm still a liar. I'm still a cheat. I'm still chasing around with your wives. I'm still doing all that stuff. I'm just doing it sober now. You know? Actually, I'm a little better at it sober. A little neater around the edges, but no. So leaving aside the drink question, they report to us why living is so unsatisfactory. And the reason it's so unsatisfactory is self-reliance is not sufficient. And they keep pushing us towards this idea, you're going to have to become reliant upon something other than you. And it will reveal, as it reveals to everyone, in its own way to you. It's just about the ideas becoming, when we use the word realized, how are we doing? We're pretty good. Okay. When we use the word realize, it means to become real. I realize that now. Oh, that means it's real to me. That idea is real to me. It's real to me. That I get it. I can't run anything. I couldn't manage a frickin' cactus plant right now. That's the truth. I can't manage. Yeah. Well, it points to the necessity of finding new management. And I'm scared to death of this idea, turning my will and my life over to the care of God. Whoa, Jesus. If I do that, I'll be out at the airport in a robe with a tambourine, or I'll be over in Botswana with a tuba, Jesus, And I used to bitch about that in the meetings, and the long-timers would get me aside and say, listen, kid, if it's God's will, you'll love being at the airport. Thanks. But what's my fear? My basic fear is change. Now, I can cop to the fact that what I'm coming from is of totally no use to me. It's unserviceable. My life doesn't work, and I don't work as a manager. I'm there. I'm down with that. But now you're saying, new manager, this God idea. What is that going to look like? And the reason I butt up against it, thinking I want to argue with it, is because I'm scared to death to change. It's not that I don't want to. I see it. I see it in people who have lives that work. I see it and I go, damn, if I could do that, if that could be me, but I don't believe that way that guy does. Well, he didn't believe that way either. You didn't see him at the beginning. You're seeing him at 15, 20 years. Or she. My belief will come to me through the practice. The power will reveal to me through the practice. Of what? Of the steps. So every day, it's not a I'm powerless in October 11, 1978. I'm powerless every damn day. Every time I take back my will in any given situation, it always makes it worse. It might not be intolerable, but it's painful. It's uncomfortable. There's dissonance. There's a problem here. Oh, it's stress. It's stressful. Yes, it is, because I'm trying all of a sudden, in sometimes subtle, not too subtle ways, I'm trying you all to buy into my script of how things are supposed to be, and I'm right back to being the actor. If only you'd all behave, we'd all be better off. Just trust me. Drink the Kool-Aid and follow me. So, I make the decision. All it is a decision. The action of that decision is the fourth step. And until then, your program's theoretical. If you've taken a third step, you ought to be reporting to me that you're working on your resentments. Period. If you're not, you're working on a fantasy. Because the only place it tells us to rest is after the seventh step, after the sixth step, it says, consider this stuff. After your fifth step, consider this stuff for an hour. Think about it. Have you left anything out? Where are you at with these questions? Where are you at with the first 5 proposals, the first 5 steps? Where are you at with those ideas? Powerless? Unmanageable? Do you believe? You willing to believe? Do you make a decision? Yep. Now, have you inventoried? Have you looked at your resentments, your fears, and your harmful behavior, sex conduct, and harmful behavior to other people? Have you done that? And have you concluded that if you don't change, that's a futile, horrible, intolerable existence? If you haven't come to those conclusions, you're going to have a problem. So when I balk at the 4th step, it's not the 4th step. It's the decision I didn't make in the 3rd step. When I balk at the 3rd step, it's not the 3rd step. It's the idea I have about the God idea, which all this begs the question, what is your concept of this power? And you have to have a workable concept. It has to make sense to you, and it has to be something you can interact with. It doesn't have to be fully formed. You don't have to give me a 28-page treatise on your concept of God. And it doesn't have to be like mine or anyone else's, but it has to be something that you're willing to surrender to. So that, for me, eliminates the Old Testament. I mean, it just eliminates the idea of a wrathful God, a punishing God. Okay, so that's your concept? You're going to turn your will and your life over to that? No, I'm not. Well, get a new concept. The AA is the only place they tell you can do that. Get a concept that'll work, because your life depends upon it. But the church I grew up in, that's too bad. That might work for them, might have worked for your aunt and uncle, might have worked for your parents. It didn't work for you. Get a concept that works. And I promise you, when you get a concept and work and you start moving towards it, your life will look just like those people that have their own relationship with their God, regardless of affiliation. When you find someone who is living from the Spirit, they're brothers and sisters. I mean, there is no dogma. There is no theology. There is being, and there is power, and it's evident in the way we treat each other. A good Buddhist, a good Zen master, a good Jew, a good Catholic, a good AA, when they talk about the living God in them expressing through their lives, they're going to have lives that look very similar in the actions and the outcomes, not in the dogma, maybe not in the methodology, how they got there, but the outcomes are going to be identical. You know what? I'm free from that old thinking. I'm free from that old life. I'm free. I'm not let go. I'm not turned loose. I'm free. It does not exist for me anymore. See you in a week. See? He does exist. Roger, alcoholic.
Hey, Roger.
Tonight we're going to do a quick, like an overview of 4 through 9. In our step work, it's commonly referred to as the house cleaning. But the house cleaning isn't step 4, it's 4 through 9. That's how I clean the house. Okay? So, having defined the problem and the solution and made a decision in the 3rd step to turn my thinking in the direction of that power, the first action that I take is a self-appraisal, inventory. And they have me look at 3 areas: resentment, fears, and sex conduct, harmful behavior to other people. And they want me to get in front of some questions. So the thing that's nice about this is they give you really clear step-by-step questions to follow. Write down who you're mad at. Write down why. Write down how it affected you. Then write down, ultimately, how you reacted to that. Okay? And the first time I do this at depth, I start getting a picture of how I see the world. How I see the world. And they give us some conclusions they came to that they want to talk to. They want me to come to. One is, do you see how you're living in the past all the time? And do you see also that whether it's real or imagined, it has the same weight? Whether I imagined correctly or not, if I believe it, it's the truth for me. One of the definitions of reality in the dictionary is anything that's believed. Okay? And then it gives me a conclusion they came to, which is, we found that living in this resentment place leads only to futility and hopelessness. So it begs the question, is that the conclusion I came to? Then they said another thing that really kind of was disturbing, which is, have you noticed how these things that you've been planning to take care of and designing to get even with, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, have you seen how those things have really dominated you? Spend a lot of time planning how I'm going to get even. Spend a lot of time how I'm planning how I'm not going to get found out and caught. Spend a lot of my life energy in that. And they say that's got to change, and then they give us a course to take to change that. Go ahead, Doug.
I'm Dennis. I'm an alcoholic. Well, it's good to be here after not being here for a couple of weeks. And, so I'm gonna kind of go back a little bit and kind of bring a current kind of with my experience. Probably the first thing that I would like you to know, because it's important to me, it's part of my experience, I think it's part of Roger's experience, is that a lot of people come to Alcoholics Anonymous. Not everybody gets the AA message. They get a lot of different things, and you heard Roger talking about some of that in the last couple of weeks. And that's kind of how my experience began. But at some point, I made one of the things that came back to me was an interest in reading. And so I read all of AA's literature, including the big book, and I discovered that what I was reading was not what I was seeing in my meeting. And for a long time, I had a resentment about that. I thought somebody was trying to shortchange me. But really, in an odd sort of way, they did me a favor, because realizing that, I realized that I couldn't depend on that group of people for finding the whole deal. I could not depend on them for that. I had to be responsible for that. I had to seek it out. I had to go to talk to people. I had to go to groups. I had to go to meetings. I had to go to conferences, listen to tapes. Whatever I had to do to get what I needed to get for my sobriety. So, like I say, in an odd sort of way, they kind of did me a favor, because it would have just been easy to come in, stay in that group, think the way they thought, do things the way they did, and wind up getting drunk and dying. And several of the people that I sobered up with, that's what happened to. So that's an important thing. Our sobriety is our own responsibility, and we have to go after it. Just the same way we went after the booze, same way we went after everything else. We have to go after it. So now when we're at step 4, we've had some interesting experiences. You know, we've come in, and I think as Roger mentioned, all of this discussion in the big book is in the past tense. So I've come in, I've come to an understanding that alcohol doesn't work for me anymore. It is no longer my solution. I may think it's my solution. I may think it'll do things for me, but the facts of the matter are that it will not. And I need to be willing to go to any lengths to stay away from it, to do whatever it takes to not get involved with it. Whether that means going out, standing on my head on the street corner. I need to be willing to do that. And my experience is, over time, that little experience is kind of a reality check, you know. And the first time I had that kind of a reality check was when I realized my group wasn't doing it for me. So the question was I willing to go to any lengths to go wherever I had to go to get what I needed to get? And over a period of the years that I've been sober, time and time again, I've had that experience of, are you really willing to go to any lengths to resolve whatever situation you're in? And it's never easy, and it's never fun, but it's always necessary, I think. So that's the reality check. That our lives have become unmanageable. I missed that one entirely to begin with. I thought, okay, I'll just quit drinking, and now all my ideas will work. And then none of them did. But it took me a while to make that discovery. But I had to be willing to make that discovery. And that's really what it's about. Roger's spent a lot of time in the last couple of weeks talking to you about our thinking. And that's really what that gets at. It's, you know, you hear the phrase, what you see is what you get. Well, with us, it's what you think is what you get. What I think is what you get. Because that's the way I'm going to present myself to the world. That's the way I'm going to interact with you. You know, if I think you're out to get me, I'm going to be aggressive toward you. If I think you're my buddy, we're going to be friends. And reality has nothing to do with that. That's just my opinion on which I base my action. And I had to come to the point where I realized that I couldn't have a good idea about what reality was. I didn't have any idea about how life worked, about what I could and couldn't do, about what I should or shouldn't do, any of that stuff. And if we can come to that conclusion, second step's a piece of cake. It's an absolute piece of cake, because if we can come to that conclusion, we have to rely on something outside of ourselves. We absolutely have to. But again, it's a matter of seeking, which is number C in how it works. It's a matter of seeking. Am I willing to continually to seek to find the ideas and the path that works for me? Initially, it was a sponsor. I came in and I went to my sponsor's house every night for 5 years. That's how I sought the program and sought my direction. But at some point, I had to move beyond that person. Not that they were irrelevant or that I shouldn't go see them or talk to them or any of that, but I had to place my reliance elsewhere, my total reliance. So that's a process of seeking. And then in the third step, which is really the big one, the question is, do I want to keep my old life and try to rebuild that, or am I willing to have a new one? And I haven't ever seen anybody been able to rebuild their old one. You just can't. The foundation's gone. There's nothing to build on, because it's all old ideas. It's all prejudices, resentments, and all that kind of stuff. So we really have to start from scratch. And that's the interesting thing, and that's so important for me to understand when I get to step 4. Because if I haven't reached a point where I'm just willing to let go of that old life and experience the life that I'm now going to be given, I can't do step 4 searchingly and fearlessly. It's just not possible. Because there's always going to be a part of my life that I don't want to look at. There's always going to be a part of my life, like it says in the 12 and 12, I just as soon take to the grave with me, and those kinds of things. But on the other hand, if I see that as a life that's going away, now I can be curious about what really was that about. It's kind of like, after you get done watching a bad movie, it's painful while you're watching it, but a couple weeks later you think, I wonder what were the good parts and what were the bad parts. And it's easy to do that because there's nothing attached to it. So that's really where we're at with step 3, or where I was at, the point I had to come to was, that's not my life anymore. So, yeah, as long as it's not mine, I'm kind of curious how it worked or didn't, And then I'm really able to look at it honestly, and I'm able to look at it fearlessly, and I'm able just to see what's there. But again, that's not a simple, it's a simple process. It's just not a very pleasant one necessarily. So in step 4, and I think Roger and I are both of this school, that there's a lot of formats out there. You've probably seen many of them and heard about many of them. And, the intent of the folks who put those together is probably very good. They probably personally had some very good experiences when they created that for themselves. But it really needs to be that kind of a process. The book just asks us to list things in a very simple way. And my experience is the 4th step was always complicated to me until I was willing to do it honestly. And then it was simple. So if you're looking at the 4th step and it looks complicated to you, then there are things that you're not willing to see. There are things that you're not willing to consider. There are things that you're not willing to do. It's just that simple. So you'll need to find those things within yourself that are kind of standing in the way. But once that's taken care of, then the 4th step becomes a pretty simple process. And it becomes once I got to that point, my 4th step took about 45 minutes. Up to then, even the semblance of a 4th step would be a grueling 2-3 week process. It just like had to drag me through the mud. And when I was finally ready to do that, it was, oh yeah, okay, well I'll put that down. And the other thing I'll say, and I'll turn it back over to Roger, is that that I've discovered anyway, when I'm doing a 4th step, and especially the first and second time maybe, when I'm doing a 4th step, there are always 1 or 2 things that don't fit on there, that don't fit into the description. And that's pretty common. It's pretty much been with everybody I've worked with. It's been my experience. And those are interesting things, because generally those are the things we want to take to the grave with us. And I'll just tell you a little story about one situation where a guy I was doing a fifth step with, actually, I asked, and it's part of what I do with the guys I do fifth step with, I asked for that. And he said, well, there really is one thing, but I don't want to talk about it. And so I repeated to him what it says in the 12 and 12, and that is, well, okay, but you're gambling. This is your life. And if you want to take the gamble that you can continue to hide that from yourself and others, you're betting your life on it. It's okay by me. It's not my life. And he said, well, I guess I'll tell you, and he did. Now, the interesting thing about it is that it was not something that I would have considered in that category. It would have been easy for me to list, but for him it wasn't. But the interesting thing was that nothing specific or spectacular happened when he told it to me. However, about a week later, he got a call from somebody he was sponsoring, and the guy was literally incoherent on the phone. It took him a while just to recognize the voice. He was so incoherent. And so I said, well, what did you do? And he said, I told the guy, hang on, I'll be over to your house in a minute. And he said, I was only 5 minutes away. So he said, I went over there. And he said, I walked in, and the guy was in a fetal position on the floor, just crying and, just out of it. And he said, I didn't know what else to do. So I told him the same thing I told you, that I didn't want to tell anybody. And I said, well, what happened? He said, the guy straightened right out. So it wasn't the thing. It was the sharing of a secret, the sharing of something very personal that changed the whole equation, And that's what we're getting to in the fourth step. When you read in the book, it asks us to kind of review what we've done in the fourth step a little bit after we're done with it. And it says it holds the keys to the kingdom. And that's the thing. All of the stuff that I wanted to hide, that I didn't want to put in the fourth step, is the stuff that I need to tell you when I'm working with you. It's a thing that connects us. It's a glue that cements us together, that allows us to survive together. So, Reverend?
There was something that you said that is really true. You talked about the seeking quality. And one of the things that you'll find, and I'm sure everyone's had this experience already, is you get proportionally out of this thing what you put into it. If you do it half-assed, you get half-assed results. How do I know if I'm doing it half-assed? I'm discontented. My life isn't fitting. It's not working. I hear you guys making reports about what's happening. It's not happening with me. That's how I know. I'm restless and I'm irritable. And I'm discontented. Does that sound familiar? That's the tell. I know. We have an emotional compass in here that tells us. And if you want more, you got to do more. So we start, they told us two important things before we got here. They said, selfishness, self-centeredness is the root of the problem, and your main problem centers in your mind. It's attitudinal. It's how I see things. It's how I approach things. And so they start deconstructing for me how I approach things with this inventory process. And so they go through this resentment thing like we're talking about, and they say, here's our course. New attitude, new approach. Perhaps this person's spiritually sick. Bad. Treat them the way you would want to be treated, or a sick person, and on and on and on. And then always, the caveat always appears throughout this thing, don't argue, don't criticize. Stop that. Doesn't work. Makes more problems. And they say that's how you start to outgrow resentments. Then they say, look at your fear. And when I got here, I had no fear. After I was here for a while, I was afraid of everything. Dennis was talking about, it took about 45 minutes. Yeah, it took me about a year and 45 minutes. It doesn't take long to do it. It's just a series of questions that require lists and prayers. It's not hard. It's not hard at all. So anyway, they have me look at fear, and they want me to conclude a couple of things. One, they say, where's your reliance? I'm an atheist. I can tell you where my reliance was. That was a dumb question. Self-reliant or God-reliant? Look at every one of these things. Well, I don't have to look at every one I know. No, look at every one of them. And that's one of the things. They're trying to get me to see what I've been trying to base my life on. This is the self-will part. This is the unmanageable part. When I manage my life and I apply myself, that's what I get. I get this mess. I get this mess called my life. And so the conclusion in there is that I placed my faith in the wrong place. We saw this in the chapter of the agnostic. Have the capacity for love, worship, and faith, just placed it in the wrong areas. Placed complete faith in alcohol. And that was a false god. And eventually the false god will let you down. Whether it's money, power, prestige, sex, doesn't matter. Eventually it won't work. So it says, here's how you outgrow fear. Practice faith. So it begs the question, what's that concept I have in the third step? What is my concept of this power? What is it? And it just has to make sense to me. It could be a mystery. It sure as hell better not be a light bulb or an ashtray, because that's too minimal. That's just too finite. It's got to be bigger than me. So therefore, the quality of that will be mystery, the unknowable. If we're talking about infinite power, infinite wisdom, infinite, then it's beyond what I can grasp. Thank you very much. So I start with the mystery. Here we go. That's what I'm putting my faith in, the mystery. It's kind of feeble, but it's a start. It was an honest start. But I had to become an agnostic to do that. I had to move from atheism to agnosticism. Then I had to move to the willingness to believe in the possibility. And that was the minimal I could do to get over on that, and I did. And so my first concept was the steps, then that was the steps in this mystery thing, and it will evolve with your practice. It will evolve with your practice. Do you want to say something on fear?
Yeah.
What's up with Paula?
Well, there's a couple thoughts that came to me. One is just kind of a description of who you're dealing with here. You're dealing with a guy who is self-proclaimed atheist who didn't know enough about God to make that decision, and a self-proclaimed intellectual who didn't have enough in understanding of anything to make that kind of a decision. So, that's the kind of guys you got up front here. But this whole four-step thing is really kind of interesting. But again, the whole idea of finding a power greater than yourself. Roger talked about the myths the first week here, and one of the myths I hear in AA is, well, just take your time with this higher power business. Take your time finding your higher power. Well, I got news for you. If I put you in an airplane with a parachute on your back and I throw your ass out the door, and I say, take your time, pulling a ripcord, just get around to it whenever you feel comfortable. What's your reaction going to be? That idiot's trying to kill me, So, there is some urgency with finding a higher power here, because that's where our power is going to come from. So until we make some beginning in that realm, we're kind of in trouble. And it's probably one of the big things that I struggle with the folks I work with is everybody wants to take their time with that. And it's like, no, you need to start with a concept. Whatever it is, we got to have something. We got to have something to start from. We can't just be ambiguous about the whole thing. And then the other thing about the four-step listening things is, it was part of my confusion with the four-step, and I see it in other folks. My thought was, well, it should be logical before I list it. It's like, no, that's just backwards. If it's logical, we might not even have to list it. Everything that's on there definitely is illogical to anybody with a sane mind. Of course, I wouldn't know that if it bit me, So I just tell people, put it down there. If it doesn't look like it makes sense when you're writing it, that's okay, because it's probably true. Now you're being restored to just a little bit of sanity, because now you can see that. The other thing is that I discovered a couple things. One is another thing that made the four-step difficult for me. I used to love the Minnesota multiphasic test because I developed a pattern of I would read ahead in every test I was given to kind of get a concept of what they were looking for, so I could give them what they wanted so they'd leave me alone. And I tried to do the same thing with the 4-step. I tried to look ahead and what are they looking for? What are they trying to get out of me? And try to anticipate that. And you're never going to get it done if you do it that way, my experience. The only way I could get it done was literally, I've had to do this on some occasions, is take a piece of paper and put it on the big book and just literally force myself to read and do one line at a time. Just do what it says on that one line. And when I'm done with that, as much as I can, then I can move the paper and see what's on the next line. But I can't allow myself to read ahead in any kind of way. The other thing I discovered, because I was kind of wondering, why resentments, fears, and sex? Why'd you pick those? There's all kinds of things you could make lists from. I got a guy who loves making lists, and I have to put him on list restriction. But why would you pick those? Well, I discovered an interesting thing about my experience, is we're working backwards. All of the things that I listed in the sex inventory, and when I say sex, I'm not just talking about intercourse. I'm talking about the whole relationship between men and women and all of that. All of the things that I had listed on the sex were the things that caused the fear, which were the things that drove the resentments. And so really, we're working backwards in that whole process. And I can't work forwards because it's too big. So I start with the small pieces. I start with the resentments. When I get done with those, then they begin to give me a sense of where my fears are. Just like it says, we move, a lot of the fears come up in there, so we move them over to the next sheet. Then I can list my fears. And then the sex part is usually pretty easy because it's stuff that's always on our mind anyway, And then I can connect the dots after that. But this isn't a random thing we're doing. This isn't just a list we're making just because somebody thought it was cute and would be therapeutic for us. There's a real significant spiritual process that we're engaged in this whole thing, And it's a thing that's really, like I said, going to be the glue that allows us to be together. It's a thing that's going to allow us to interact with life around us and begin to see life much differently. And it's a thing that's going to set us free. It's the thing that's going to set us free. It's the crap we've been dragging around that the committee has been working on overtime, So we're going to take all this stuff the committee's been working on, and we're just going to deal with it this way, and then they won't have much to do, and so they won't have a lot to talk about unless we're slack. Then, of course, we can generate a little material now and then. So it's a real significant spiritual process that we're engaged in, but it's hard to see that until after the fact. That's why when the book was written, they always talked about it in past tense, because the people who didn't do it never got to the past tense part.
A couple quick thoughts on fear. There's a line in our book that says, fear set in motion trains the circumstances we felt we didn't deserve, but didn't we set the ball rolling? What they're talking about there is the question, when you're going across, every problem I have is when my instinctual demands smash into yours. Okay? Instincts and collision is what Wilson described it as. I have a demand. I don't have a need or a want. I have a damn demand. Do you understand? This is what I want, and I'm going to get it. Everyone in here that's an alcoholic knows that. It's like give an alcoholic a mission. It's a beautiful thing to watch, as long as you're not in front of them. But anyway, getting back to this idea of instincts and collision, so the question becomes in the fear inventory, another way to peel this back is, did my need for emotional security create that fear? What part of self created the fear? Did my need for money, power, prestige, sex, did my ambitions, how I show up socially, did that create that fear? And you'll find that those instincts are always underneath that. The ego creates an appetite that says, we need this. And we need this about 5 minutes ago. And let's have at it. And then we go out chasing this need, and we end up creating a lot of harm. That would be distress, physical, emotional, mental. We hurt people. We don't always mean to, but, we do. We hurt people. So they say the only solution for this is to practice of faith. I don't work on my fear. I work on my faith. Don't work on your fear. Don't work on your resentment. All we're doing is identifying them. Okay? And what this is doing is it's creating a deeper necessity in me to know and have a relationship with this power. Because as I go through this process, this is not a steam building. This is a steam dismantling. This is tearing apart the ego, getting it down to the sum total of look at you. Whether it's resentment in the past, fear in the future, or your sex conduct, or the way you interact with people, it's always the same thing. You're selfish, you're inconsiderate, you're fearful, and you're dishonest. Regardless of the stimulus, regardless of the situation, regardless of what's a big thing, a little thing, it doesn't matter. That's my toolkit. I got those 4 things. That's where I come from. And it raises hell in my life. And I don't get it. And as I'm starting to uncover this, I'm going, holy moly. You are a sick dog. You are really. But it was good news because they told me you're sick. You're not bad. I thought I was bad. I had no idea. They refer to alcohol and our warped lives and all. I had no idea. So then they get us into sex conduct, which is one of the myths we're going to run into right now, which is, I'm sure you've heard this, well, you won't be in any relationships for a year. When you tell someone that, they go out and get in a relationship immediately. Immediately. It doesn't say that. I heard this in a meeting once and I loved it. What do I have sex? Do I not have sex? Am I in relationships? Am I not in relationships? And they said, well, think of it this way. If you're going to overhaul a motor, it's a good idea to shut it down. Easier to do a valve job with the motor shut off. And I go, that's okay. And I'm trying to let this process work through me while I'm creating more of the very thing that I'm trying to heal from. Stop that. Just like you stop lying, you try and stop lying, you try and get new approaches. They said, you need a new approach in this area. I didn't have a very interesting sex inventory. It was exactly the same thing over and over again for about 25 years with different people. But it was exactly the same, different name, different year, exactly the same MO. And I looked at that and said, son of a bitch. I was mystified. I couldn't believe it. But it was like when you answered the question, was it God-reliant or self-reliant? After about 2 of those, you're going, please. And then you get in this sex thing and it's like, oh, geez. I got bored with my sex inventory. I thought that was going to be exciting. And it says, look, you need to shape a new ideal, a new goal, something a little above heartbeat and pulse, something a little higher than that, And a lot of times we need help with this because I don't have a clue what a healthy ideal would look like. And then we have to be willing to grow towards that. It says, what if I screw up? Well, I'll tell you, I have screwed up. It says, if you have an honest desire to grow towards your ideal, and if you're honestly remorseful, and you learn from the mistake, we don't necessarily think that you'll drink from that. Some do, but some don't. But we know this for a fact, and this is one of the places they promise us this. If I don't change, and I have no remorse about the way I'm using people and hurting them, I'll drink. Period. Promise. Promise. Go ahead, Doc.
Well, the first thing I'll say is not in the book anywhere, and it's not anywhere in any literature. It's just my experience. And it's something I say to the folks I work with about this time is there are really 2 ways to get rid of something. You can give it up or you can wear it out. The only difference is how much pain involved, So the question really is how much pain do you want to have? And that's always true in my case. I wish it weren't, but it is. The other thing is, and it's really, I think, one of the hidden benefits, if you will, of the 12-step program that we have and the higher power that works in our lives, and that is that we really don't know how sick we are until we get better, which is really cool because if at any given moment, if I knew how sick I was, I'd say to hell with it. You know, I'd say it's way too much for me to handle. I got to get out. And so, you know, a year from now or 5 years from now, I'll look back on tonight and I'll say, oh my God, how did I even make it? You know, and that's been pretty much characteristically true. So in this fourth step that we're doing, that's the beginning of that process, the beginning of the awareness process of once I become aware of something, now there's possibility for change. If I got a wart on the end of my nose, as long as I'm unwilling to admit that, there's no chance I'm going to do anything about it. You know, it's only when I say, hey, I got a wart on the end of my nose, that I can make a decision whether I want to keep it or do something to get rid of it. But until then, I don't have any choices at all. You know. The other thing, when we get into the fear stuff, that I usually talk to people about, because when people are working on their four-step, they're chatting it up with other folks who are either working on their four-step or have done it or whatever. But a lot of that chat tends to center around how they're feeling about things, you know. And so I spend a little time explaining something to them about emotions and alcoholics. And that is when I say to you, I'm afraid, you and I understand what that means, but if I say that to a quote-unquote normal person, I'm speaking Greek, because fear, what we consider fear, for them is terror, absolute terror. What we consider anger is rage for them. So we're a whole dimension off or in extreme from the norm, if you will. So that's why some of these things are so critical for our sobriety, is we sense them as fear and we sense them as anger, but really they're far more extreme than that. But we're so removed from the reality of our lives that we diminish them. But if we stick with the program and we practice the principles and the practices that are laid out in the book, we deal with those things even though we're not entirely aware of their full implication and of their full magnitude. So that's a great thing, because if I knew how rageful I was, I had a pretty good idea that when I got sober that my rage could overtake me and just rule me. I had a pretty good idea of that. But looking back on it now, I only really kind of had an idea about half. I mean, it was even far beyond that. It was so far beyond that, it's almost incomprehensible. So we have to have some faith in the process here. The other thing is that now we're getting ready for step 5, and we're getting ready to share this information, okay? Now, here's another one of those, I'm not sure I'll call it a myth. I'm going to call it a misunderstanding in AA, that it's really just a litany of woes, and I'm going to just kind of puke it all out in front of you, and we'll just mill around in it a little bit and say, God, that really stinks, and it's really gross, and we'll move on, and everything will be wonderful. And I haven't seen that work either. And the step says we found the exact nature of our wrongs. So what does that mean? You know, the nature of something is its core essence. Now, this always amazes me whenever I bring it back into my consciousness. The nature of my wrongs in my 5th step is I'm afraid you're going to think I'm a wimp. Doesn't sound like a really big deal at all. But that thought runs through every decision I've made in my life. Every single decision has been based on trying to avoid you thinking I'm a wimp. And until I'm willing to say, hey, I may be, I may not be, who cares? You know, but I have to own up to the fact that I've been running my life on that. And it's the same thing we've been talking about right along. It's what's going on between those ears, you know. I had a father-in-law, ex-father-in-law, that said at the breakfast table one time, God gave everybody brains. Some of them use them to think with, and others use them to keep their ears from slamming together. And apparently I was in the latter category, you know. But my whole focus has been on that. Now, you know, you're asking me to take this stuff and lay it out in front of another person. I mean, it's stuff I don't even want to look at. I'm supposed to lay it out in front of another person. So some interesting things have to happen here. Number one, I have to have enough faith in one other human being to lay that out there. So that's a big step. That's a really big step, you know. It's a leap of faith for most of us. But the other thing is that it's critically important, I think, and it's been true in my experience, that whoever I'm going to lay that out for and with understand what's involved in the process. It isn't a dumping ground. It isn't just a morbid examination of what I've done with my life. That there's a real process here. I'm looking for something specific. There's a process to this that I need to be engaged in and involved in. And so it ought to be somebody, number one, that has done this, and it ought to be somebody, number two, that understands where we're going with it. Because, again, my experience is the steps are cumulative in the sense that if I haven't done 4, there's no way I can do 5. That's obvious to a large degree. If I haven't done 3, I can't do 4, like I said, you know. So in 5, if I can't do this in the manner intended, then everything beyond 5 is beyond me, which we see that in Alcoholics Anonymous. We see a lot of people, and you'll hear them in meetings. I mean, they get to 5, and that's as far as they go. And they get lost, and they're back out there. And the other thing I'll say, which is always kind of disappointing for people to hear, is I've listened as people come into AA, and everybody always has a fear of what would happen to them if they went back out drinking. And the interesting thing is that exactly what they're afraid of is exactly what happens to them. If I'm afraid that I'm going to be trapped in my own body and not be able to do anything, and I go back out and drinking, I know a guy like this. He's now quadriplegic, and he is basically trapped in his own body. And he's drinking booze through a straw when somebody can get it to him. If I'm afraid that I'm going to die, they get killed in a wreck or whatever, take their own life. So those fears that we listed, we can create. You know, we can create the result of if we're not diligent about this. And I'm really a firm believer, and I talk about this with the folks in step 3, is if you're not willing to go through this, we're going to stop this now, because you're going to get yourself in trouble if you play around with this. This isn't something to mess with or to do half-heartedly or just kind of do out of curiosity. We're serious here, you know. This is a serious deal. So we're getting ready to exhibit faith, you know. In 3, it was basically an internal decision. There wasn't a lot of external evidence necessarily around that. But here's where rubber starts meeting the road. In step 5, I got to talk to you about this, you know. And I have to have faith that you can help me see what's involved in this, see the patterns in my life, and see what happens. And the last thing I'll say about this is that the principles in 4 and 5 I've used with a number of people in some pretty extreme situations. And the last person I went through this with made an interesting comment when we got done. They said, you know, I have tried with therapists and counselors and clergy and spiritual advisors and all kinds of people to deal with some of these things. And I've gotten some relief, but nothing really seemingly permanent. And yet, when we went through this using the principles of 4 and 5, my whole perception of my life changed. And now not only do I not have the fear of that experience or having that experience again, I see it entirely differently, you know. And my response, and it wasn't anything that came out of my brain, it was just something that came out of my mouth, and I was as surprised as the person was when I said it, is that, you know, those folks, the professionals, have some very good services they can provide folks. And they can help us see the logic in man's world. But you and I can't survive with that. And so what the principles of 4 and 5 do is they help us see our experience in God's world, which is really where we live. And it's really the place we have to get to, that understanding of the place we exist. So it's a whole new reality. And and step 5 begins kind of a whole new reality check that we're going to do. And somebody has to lead us to that. An old-timer, Clarence Snyder, used to say, if you bought a new car and had never driven a car before, don't you think you'd go find somebody who knew how to drive to teach you? And 4 and 5 are really kind of the same way.
I think your great fear of being a wimp was similar to one of the themes I had going in my life, which is if you know who I am, you won't like me. You won't want me here. You won't. It's a self-centered fear. The problem is self. Remember earlier in the book it said, get full knowledge of your condition. Try some controlled sobriety. Try some controlled drinking. Okay, we've done those experiments. Now we've decided to try the steps. And the inventory is giving me more knowledge of my condition. But I can't connect the dots, which is why this 5th step is so important. It doesn't say this in so many words in the book, but one of the things that I don't know the exact nature of my wrong. I think it's that I'm a liar. I think it's that I'm a bad actor. I don't know it's self-centered fear. I don't know it's this self thing. I understand intellectually the ideas, but when you sit down with someone that this is alive for, and they can explain that to you, you have a much deeper understanding and appreciation of where you're standing and how hopeless. Now you know this idea of powerless and unmanageability is starting to take on new meaning, new texture, new intensity. Like, holy shit, I had no idea I was this bad. And like Dennis said, if we knew, none of us would do this thing if we knew how sick we were. That's the grace of it. That's the grace of it. Whatever this power is that we end up hooking up with, mine has been very patient and very loving and kind, and it's not predicated on my flaws and my faults and how many mistakes I make. It's only the relationship is based on my willingness to grow towards this power. That's all. And it looks like I can have infinite do-overs as long as that's my goal. I can really screw up in a grand fashion and still be okay. I mean, there's consequences and circumstances are created, but, after you do that to yourself a few times, like hitting yourself in the head with a hammer, this really hurts, and someone suggests, why don't you stop that? Oh, shit, I never thought of that. I never knew I could stop that. So I think in that 5th step, one of the things that I'm looking for is illumination. It doesn't say that in the book, but if I'm doing this with this guy or this woman that has this depth of experience, they should help me understand more clearly and more deeply the gravity of the situation. And then it's interesting, we take all this stuff out in 6 and 7 and give it to whatever this power is. It says good and bad. Take it all. This is commonly referred to as the 3rd step with teeth. Oh, this is what you meant by decision. Holy moly. And so I've got this all collected in little bags, resentment bag, a fear bag, and a sex conduct bag, and they say, now you've talked to someone about it, you've displayed it to God and yourself, you've gotten a level of honesty and hopefully some insight. Now take it out to the curb and leave it there, and God will take care of it for you. That's what I do. And it asks me some questions. It says, have you been thorough? Which is why we spend so much time on the myths in the first 3 steps, because it's the foundation of all the work you're going to do. Powerless, unmanageable, willing to believe in the possibility of this power or believe in the power. Make a decision to turn your thinking, your actions in the direction of that power. Start rowing. There you go. And then you do the 4th step, you do the 5th step. Now you've done all this quote-unquote work, and now you go back inside with 6 and 7 and you reflect inward. And you go, well, here, give it all. And it says, have you been thorough? In other words, have you done the first 5 steps to the best of your ability? It says, is there anything you still cling to? I just kind of blew by that. But there were things I still was clinging to. Sex and money. Just a couple little things. Really not anything too significant. And I didn't have an awareness of that. I just lied about it. I just pretended it wasn't there. Because I knew the right answer. I knew the right answer. Yes. Oh, yes. Take it all. Hallelujah. You know. And then go act like a frickin' horse thief. So we've created an exercise for that. It says, if there's something you still cling to, pray for the willingness. That's all. It doesn't say you can't continue. It says pray for the willingness. To what? To have it removed. By what? A power greater than yourself, because obviously you got no power to let go of this thing. When I've done that prayer, it intensifies the heat. Things don't get removed until I let go of them. And the amount of pain and discomfort I'm willing to endure while I'm getting ready to let go is astounding. It's just like, you're kidding me. No, I'm not kidding you. I don't want this anymore, but I cannot let go of this. I must want it, I guess, and it goes on and on. So I consign all of this stuff to this power, to this idea. And then I move on. Go ahead, Doc.
I love 6 and 7. I would call them the working steps, because everybody that I know that's involved in 6 or 7 are saying, I'm working on, and I want to go, not around me. Because I can guarantee you anything that I've ever worked on has gotten worse. Yeah. I give it power, and it just grows. It's just absolutely miraculous the way it grows, you know. So, you know, have you ever wondered why there's not a lot of time spent in the big book on 6 and 7? You know, I mean, there's a chapter on each in 12 and 12, but there's not a lot of time spent on 6 and 7 in the big book. That's for a very good reason. There's only 2 simple decisions we need to make. One is, I don't know what's good or what's bad. The prayer for that, step 7, implies that. I have no way of knowing what's good or what's bad. And the best example in my life is, I was always a shy kid. And so when I came into AA, I thought, well, that must be a character defect. I should be outgoing like Roger, you know. And it's like, no, that's not what I should be. That's not my makeup. I enjoy sitting back and watching folks, and I'll interact with the ones I'm familiar with and that sort of thing. So, but the other thing is, if I'm outgoing like Roger, when I'm new, I'm going to be lipping off to everybody, you know, which means I got a lot of ground to cover later on, cleaning all that up. Now, being shy was an advantage because I wasn't doing it. I might have been thinking it, but I wasn't saying it. So it really turned out to be an asset.
You were writing it.
Well, I was doing some writing. But my point is that we really don't know, you know, and I recently saw something from Steve Jobs, the top dog at Apple, and he gave a talk not long ago on the 3 things in his life that when they happened seemed like the biggest disasters of his life. One was he dropped out of college, and he formed Apple. Then it was the Apple board kicked him off, and he formed Pixar, and that became a great deal. And then he got sick, and out of that came the iPod. So all of the things in his life that were tragedies, seemingly tragedies, when they happened, took him to a better place, you know. And really that's our experience if we can incorporate what 6 and 7 is trying to get us to do, is to give up that idea of right and wrong, good or bad, best and worst. And some of those words, for me, I had to just literally make a commitment to myself just not to use them because it changed the way I thought. If I think about doing something and doing the best I can, I think about it differently than if I think about doing it right, okay? If I think about doing it right, I think about perfection. If I think about doing it to the best of my ability, I think about progress. So those words give me a whole different perspective when I use them in my own thinking. So that's the first thing we're asked to do. The second thing we're asked to do is just take direction. You know, just take direction. Which is really difficult for us because cooperation to a drunk like me feels like failure. If I cooperate from you what's going on between these ears is, well, you're better than I am, or I'm wrong, you're right, or that kind of thing, that kind of hierarchy kind of thing. And I got to give that up because it doesn't work for me. It just doesn't work for me. So if I'm willing to follow direction, it becomes very, very simple. If I don't know what's good or bad, and I'm willing to follow direction, my whole life changes. Because now, instead of seeing things as attacks on me, as tragedies for me, that kind of stuff, all I see is, what can I do next? What's my next thing? Where can I take action? Where can I not take action? And life gets very simple. And I discovered that watching a couple little dogs that we had. I was just all really worked up one day and was trying to meditate my way out of that, and couldn't quite get that working. And these two dogs kept running across in front of me in the living room, and so I figured, well, what the hell? I might as well just watch them. This doesn't seem to be working. And I watched them really closely, And when they were hungry, they ate, and when they were tired, they slept, and when they were thirsty, they drank, and when they had to go to the bathroom, they let me know to go outside. And never once did I catch one of them eating, looking like he was wondering whether he should be outside crapping. Never once was there one trying to go to sleep, but he couldn't quite do it because maybe he thought he should be over drinking water. Whatever was in front of them to do, they just did. They simply responded to life. And that's really the thing that is the biggest joke on us of all. And that is that we're given a life to experience, but our perception is we got to run it. We're given a great life to have, to experience the benefits of it and the beauty of it, and we think we got to make it happen. And probably one of the worst places in sobriety where that comes into play is we think we have to make our sobriety. And people are always, always disappointed when I tell them you cannot. It is absolutely impossible for you to accelerate your sobriety. The only thing you can do is retard it. And you retard it by trying to make it happen. It's just let it happen, experience it, go with it, and do the best thing you can with it. And life becomes a lot easier.
So, we have subjected our ego to a huge deflationary process. We come in, we surrender in the first step, and 2 through 7 is about letting the air out of the bag that is me. And we've gotten in front of a lot of our thinking, a lot of our attitudes, a lot of our old ideas, enough to be mightily impressed. And we've had some help getting more impressions from this 5th step. And now we've consigned this all to God. And it's interesting at this point because the next phase of our development is restitution. Okay? And it's interesting because what happens there is it talks about how we go to these people. We don't have to go crawling and sniveling and humiliated, embarrassed with our heads down. We can go with our heads up, not because we're arrogant or self-confident, but because we're God-powered. This is the whole deal. The results are not mine in the amends. The results are God's. The effort is mine. And we talk about this quite extensively in the big book studies and stuff that we do, but this is about how I've harmed you. This is not an apology. This is how I've harmed you. And we have to be really careful that when we do this, we don't create more harm in doing it. And guilt, shame, remorse are great motivators, but if they're not focused, I'll end up doing things with you that I'll call an amend, that'll just create a situation that is much worse than before I did the amend. So the caveat is be cautious and seek guidance. Talk to people that have had this experience. How did you deal with that? How did you apply these principles to that, and what was the outcome? Now, you can tell me how you did that. And your sponsor should be able to aim some people at you. You go to your home group, you'll hear people talking, you'll start to know. How did you get through that? How did you do that? Seek a lot of different takes on this thing before you pull the trigger, because once it's out of your mouth, it's done. You cannot take it back. You cannot fix it. The idea here is to mend, to make whole. If I come over to your house and I have a little problem steering in your driveway and I break your fence is broken, I mend it. It is now mended. Fine. The fence has been restored to the condition it was before I broke it. That's what I'm trying to do with this process with you. Before I harmed you, I'd like this restored. But I can't restore it. If it's going to be restored, God will have to restore it. So it's a beautiful thing, because now your response to me is not predicated on me getting free. I don't need you. I don't need your forgiveness. I don't need your understanding. Be nice, but I don't need it to be clean, to be okay with this. I can get free regardless of your response. I'm not doing it for your response. I'm doing it to get honest with my behavior and how it's affected other people.
Roger mentioned old ideas, and I just want to touch on that for a minute. I don't get a lot of new guys to work with anymore. I get a lot of guys who are in the teens in sobriety. And generally, one of the conversations we have is, so do you find yourself doing things you don't want to do, but you don't know why? And the answer is always yes. And so I say to them, so what are your old ideas? And they say, what? And I say, well, what are your old ideas? Well, I don't have any old ideas. I said, well, you must, because you're operating on them, but you don't know why. You know, and the point is that some of that stuff is so ingrained in us that we really can't see it until we almost have to reverse engineer it in a sense. And that's kind of what we're engaged in here, is a little bit of reverse engineering to find out kind of how this thing works that's inside us. So why do you think, you know, when I looked at the steps, and in my brilliant mind, I thought, well, why wouldn't you do 8 and 9 up front and kind of get the heat off, and then you'd kind of have a little time to work on some of this other stuff, you know? Well, the truth is that until I do all the things prior to 8 and 9, I'm really not in a good position to do that because of a couple things. Number one, I don't know what I did. And number two, my intent is to get the heat off, so I'll make any promise to you that I need to make for you to be happy, or for you to be content, or for you to get the heat off, kind of what Roger's talking about. And that's just backwards from what we're trying to do. So we've gone through this process to give us a sense, number one, of just being honest with ourselves about who and what we are. And two, realizing that this is really out of our control. It's entirely out of our control. All we can do is take the actions, but the results, we really can't predetermine them, you know. And again, thoroughness is really the key here. I've made amends a couple different ways. I made amends early on to my creditors the wrong way, or I should say, not according to the directions. And the fact, all I was really doing was lying to them. It was the ego that was involved in trying to make me look better, trying to get the heat off. You know, so I was making promises I couldn't keep, either out of fear or guilt or desire to impress somebody, and it didn't work. And then later on, once I had actually practiced the steps, I came at it from a whole different thing, and the whole different perspective was, for example, with my ex-wife. For a long time in sobriety, when I drive through the county she was in, I'd get pissed off, just because she was there, you know. And I made the mistake of telling my sponsor that one day, and he said, "Have you made amends to her?" And I said, "No, and I have absolutely no intention of doing it either." And he said, "Why not?" And I said, "Because she'll use that information against the kids, you know, about me against the kids." And he said, "It's none of your business what she does with it. It's absolutely none of your business. The question is, are you willing to make amends?" So this was on a Wednesday, and I said, "Well, fine, I'll make amends," because I only saw him once a week, you know, and I figured he's kind of an old guy, and the time I see him next week, he'll forget, you know. And but I actually wound up doing it. The amazing thing was that yes came out of my mouth with no intention of mine of saying yes. And the other thing was that I actually went through it with no intention of going through it. You know, so be careful what you say yes to, because God may hold you to it. You know, but looking back on it, the interesting thing about it was that somehow I realized that it was more than just going to her and saying, "I'm sorry I swore at you. I'm sorry I called you names. I'm sorry I slapped you around. I'm sorry." It was more than just doing that. I mean, I had to own up to the fact that I did those things. There was no question about that. But there was more to it somehow. And I finally realized that really what I had done with all of those things was I'd stolen her dignity. I'd stolen her dignity from her. And that sounds like I think I'm powerful, but that's not true. It's really kind of a form of brainwashing, really, because no matter how well you think of yourself, if I say to you every day, you're worthless, at some point you're going to begin to question that. And at some point you're going to be willing to believe me. You know, well, that's what I've done to her. And so when I went to her, that's what I had to make amends for. And I had then to be willing to say to her, I will create the conditions wherever I am so that you can reclaim your dignity. I can't do it for you. Your sense of self is going to you'll have to do that yourself, but I'll create an environment where I will support that. You know, it's kind of like Roger's example of the fence. You know, I knock down the fence, I'm willing to put whatever I can forward to redo the fence. But I can't do your fence on my property. It's got to happen on your property, so you have to participate in it. But I have to be willing. And the other thing that makes it so important for me to know who and what I am when I go to make these amends is that if I don't, I'm going to feel guilty at some part in that discussion process. It's just a natural thing. And I'm going to start trying to say things and do things to absolve the guilt, the sense of guilt. And I'm going to make commitments that I can't keep. I'm going to make commitments that I ought not make that are not good for you or me. And I'm going to get both of us in trouble. So if I have a better sense of what I am doing, who I am, and where the power comes from, when I go to do that, I'm in a much better position, number one, to know what I'm willing to do going in, and what I can agree to, and what I can't, and what my responsibility is, and what I'm actually trying to restore.
You hear how fear is showing up in all this? And one of the things that we're doing here, when we looked at our resentments, we found the fear in that. We looked at our fear, we found the fear in that. Looked at our harmful behavior to others, we found the fear in that. Went to the fifth step. What was the fear there? Oh, God, you're going to think I'm a wimp. You're not going to like me. It's the fear all the time. It's the fear. Now I'm in this amend process, and I'm going, what's the fear now? The fear is all of this stuff that I've done, all my bad acting. I'm afraid. It says I must be free of the fear. So I got to be able to walk down the street and not worry about running into you. Not worry about money I owe people. Not worry about the internal revenue. Not worry about the bikers looking for me. I can't live in the fear. And this is a process that I can incrementally get free of the fear. The other piece of this is, implied in this is, I'm willing to change the behavior. If I'm making an amend to you about lying, I'm making an amend to myself that I am going to discontinue lying globally. Not specifically with you, but with everyone. Because I don't want to tell you, lied, here's the deal, blah, 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 and then have to tell you the same thing in a month, or come back to you in 3 months and say, you know that thing about the character assassination? Well, it's back again. So I just want you to know I straightened it all out, and all I'm telling you is I haven't changed. I'm telling you that my amends is worthless. In the fellowship, a lot of times this gets trivialized. Are you an amends? Are you an amends? Are you an amends? Why don't you quit behaving like that? Stop it. And when I'm working with guys, if we get to the amend and I go, no, you willing to change that behavior? Oh, yeah. I mean with everyone, across the board. If the answer is no, I say, well, then let's wait. Let's do another one. Because it's not okay to get right with you and still be a liar. That's missing the point. It's not okay to stop stealing from you and still be allowed to steal from you. I'm just stealing from, I'm stealing from bigger people that really don't miss it. You know, I mean, I can't live that way. We're out of time, right?
Yeah.
You want to close with anything?
No.
All right, so anyway, this was really thumbnail-y sketchy, but you get an idea of the dynamics and the principles in this process. And next week, we're going to talk about moving into the now, 10, 11, and 12, because we're being fashioned through this process to have a message to carry. It's AA's message of changed life. Changed life. Central fact of our lives. Found a power. Hooked to that power. And it's transformed the way we see everything. And the way we interact with everything. Who knew? See you next week. Roger, alcoholic? Okay, tonight we're going to go a quick dance through 10, 11, and 12. And before we begin that, I want to talk a little bit about what we've been talking about for the last 3 weeks. Up to this point, up through the 9 steps, the first 9 steps in the program recovery, I've been dealing with my past. It's all past tense. Old behavior, old harms done to other people, old ideas, old concepts, old beliefs, old definitions. And in the process of those first 9 exercises, I start practicing some new ideas and developing some new concepts and having some different experiences. So when we get to 10, 11, and 12, we're in the present tense. These are steps that I do now, today, in this moment. And it only concerns me, I'm only concerned with this moment, the now, present tense, right now. And there is some of this, I'm going to read a little bit because it's good to have the context. I think it's good to have the context. And one of the most, when they're talking about the promises, there's conditions on this stuff. And the condition on the promises is if I'm painstaking about this phase, the restitution phase of my recovery, if I'm painstaking, then those promises will come true. And it says sometimes quickly, sometimes slowly, and that's because sometimes I'm not so painstaking. And I'm lazy, and it comes slower, okay? But going down the after the promises, it says, are these extravagant promises? We don't think so. They're being fulfilled among us sometimes quickly, sometimes slowly. They'll always materialize if we work for them. And the way I work for them is I practice not being who I used to be. And while I'm cleaning up my past, I don't know for you guys, but I have some amends that will be going on the rest of my life, and I had years and years of mess to clean up. It wasn't like, I got here and I thought, well, I'll do my restitution now, and I'll be done with that in a couple of months, and I can move on. I mean, I'm to be doing 10, 11, and 12 while I'm cleaning up the past. Reason being, if you've done some, I don't know what the word is I'm looking for. I'm not talking about the kind of amend where it's like, oh, you're $20, here's $20, we're cool. I'm talking about the kinds of amends where I have to go back and I have to think how I've harmed you. What is the exact nature of my wrong towards you? Then I refeel it. And it's not an upper. It's not a good time. Then I also have to bounce this off some people that I trust to see if I do this amend in the way I'm planning to, it won't injure you more, create more dissonance. So that's a process that can be really taxing emotionally. And if I'm going to stop and wait till all my amends are done to proceed, I won't have the juice to do it. The juice is in today, It's in this moment. It's in now. It's in 10, 11, and 12. So they go on and they say they'll always materialize if we work for them. And this thought that they'll materialize if I work for them brings me to 10, which is continued inventory. Vigilance. Watch what I'm thinking. Continue to watch for selfishness, dishonesty, resentment, and fear. There's the instruction. So now I know what I'm supposed to do after I get out of my morning meditation chair with my coffee and whatever else I have going on, where I get really screwed into the God idea in the morning. Now I got to go out there and I got to be with all of you, which is a challenge. And it says, watch for those things. Selfishness, dishonesty, resentment, and fear, when they crop up. There's a promise we don't talk about a lot. They're promising me that it's going to happen. So don't be surprised. Don't be disappointed. It doesn't mean you're getting an F in recovery. It just means you're human, and your flaws are going to present. And when they do, you ask God to remove it. You talk to someone immediately to see if you don't amend. You make the amend if you need to, and then you resolutely turn your thinking to someone you can help. It's always the solution. It's to turn to someone I can help. You remember Bill's story? You say when nothing else worked, I go down to the hospital and I work with a guy, and I was amazingly lifted up on my feet. Why? Because the root of my problem is self-centeredness. And when I stop to be there present for you, I'm relieved of that bondage of me. Because I'm not thinking about me for the hour and a half I'm sitting with you. I'm thinking about, geez, I'm glad I'm not him. And because I'm willing to sit with you, I can also remember and re-feel what it was like. So I never forget what it was like to be new, because I'm always sitting with guys that remind me of me. But there's a blessing in that also, because I can see how far I've been brought as well. So they're always going to direct me to do this. They say, not an overnight matter. Practice, practice, practice for a lifetime. For a lifetime. And if you look at that exercise, if I'm looking for, and all the inventory stuff is consciousness raising. It makes me more aware of not what I'm doing, what I'm thinking. What I'm thinking. What am I being? And it tells me if I've done this, I'm about to lie. I've inventoried. Principle of step 4. It says talk to someone immediately. Principle of step 5. Accountability and honesty. Ask God to remove it. Principle of 6 and 7. Not my business, and I'm powerless. Okay? Resolutely turn my thoughts to someone I can help. Get out of self. Be useful to others. Principle of 11 and 12. Now, why did I do that? Because I made a decision in step 3 to turn my thinking and my actions in the direction of these steps, this power, this God idea. And I did that because I came to believe in the necessity of it in step 2. And I did that because I recognized that I'm powerless. And I can't manage my life in step 1. So you see, if I'm going to continue this exercise for a lifetime, I'm in the steps. I'm in all of the steps in principle. And I need to be in all of them in principle to stay plugged in to the juice, the God stuff, to keep reminding me what is mine and what is yours. Where does my stuff stop and where does the God stuff begin? Serenity prayer, discernment. Show me what I need to be. And then give me the power. Now that you give me the direction, give me the power to do that. Because frankly, I'm not too interested in how you're feeling today. I'm more interested in how I'm feeling. So that's a miraculous event right there. When my attitude shifts and I do it anyway. Not necessarily because I'm virtuous or want to be a great guy or even care about you, but because I know it's the thing I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to be available to be used as an instrument. And if it helps, fine. If it doesn't, it will serve me. I will always sense the presence of my Creator in that exercise. Go ahead, Doc.
I'm Dennis. I'm an alcoholic. Coming through step 9, we've walked through the disaster of our lives and the disaster of our attitudes and thoughts, and there's some really good reasons for that. One is it helps us gain some perspective, and that's something that we don't have until we get to this point. And the reason that that's so important is because from here on out, we're going to need a perspective to make some decisions and to get some sense of what direction our life needs to go in. The other thing is kind of like I mentioned last week, and Roger just mentioned, without an awareness, you can't change anything. You know, if I'm not aware that I have it, nothing's going to change. So that has to come first. And it's kind of like, you know, God's kind of doing for us here kind of the same thing that happens when we go to our sponsor and we say, go and explain all the things that are happening in our lives, and we feel like we're revealing this to our sponsor. Well, the truth of the matter is we're not revealing it to our sponsor at all. Our sponsor, if he's any good at all, already knows it because he's experienced, and he can see by our attitudes that we're going to do exactly the same thing. So it's not a question of us telling our sponsor what's going on in our lives. It's a question of us stating what's going on in our lives so that our sponsor knows that we know. It's a self-awareness kind of thing. If I tell you what's going on with me, now we both know that I know what's going on with me, and that's part of what's happening here. The other thing is that what we've gone through are all of the roadblocks that stand between us and God. We've hopefully, if we've been diligent about what we've done, we've looked at all the things, all the attitudes, all the actions that we have in our lives that have stood between our relationship between us and God and us and the people around us. And we've gained some awareness of that. So we know what to look for in the future. So we know what to look for when we realize we need help. And the other thing is that earlier in the book it talks about being rocketed into a fourth dimension of existence. And that phrase used to baffle me for a long time until Roger and I were actually doing a study on a guy by the name of Butterworth, a book that he wrote, and he spelled it out right in there. And the way it works is this. The first dimension is the physical dimension. That means that's when we feel cold or we feel hot or that kind of thing. The next dimension is the emotional dimension, and that's fear, anger, those kinds of things. The third dimension is the intellectual. That's where we get our resentments. And the fourth dimension is the spiritual dimension. And the spiritual dimension uses the information from all the other three, but all the decisions are based on spiritual principle. So in the first 9 steps, really what we're doing is walking through those other 3 dimensions in our lives and seeing how they work or don't work. Seeing what kind of information is there. And now, having done that, having practiced that, having gained that perspective, we're in a position now to practice living in the fourth dimension. Practice living on the idea that, yeah, I feel as scared today as I did a long time ago. But my decision making is different. I respond differently to that fear. Or, yeah, I pick up a resentment just as easily as I did before I got drunk. But today, my decision making around that resentment is much, much different. I see it from a different perspective, and I respond to it in a much, much different way. So this is kind of as Roger said, now we're going to really get into the present. We've reviewed the past, and hopefully we've learned from it. We've seen the roadblocks that we put up ahead of us ourselves, and now we're going to start looking at being able to deal with those roadblocks when we put them up right away and build that relationship with our higher power.
Emmett Fox talks about spiritual conversion experience in 4 stages: admission, which is what our first step is; submission, which is us ego deflation at depth, which is 2 through 7; and restitution is the 3rd phase, 8 and 9. And then in Fox's vernacular, the 4th stage is construction of a new life, not a reconstruction, not a rebuilding, but constructing a new life. And that was really good news for me, because when you talked about being restored, you know, that means like you were at some point in the past before all this stuff happened. I don't ever have a restoration point that I desire to go to, you know. When I looked at my life, I mean, as far back as I can remember as a kid, I don't want to be restored to anything. But when I got this other idea, you're going to build something new, you're going to get something new. You know, the book talks about it. Their expression is we're reborn. New slate. New slate. The problem is it doesn't look like that because we're dragging pieces of our old ideas, our favorite things that are usually the most toxic for us to hold on to. We let those kind of play in the background. Usually it's a money, sex thing, or, you know, something that God would have no interest in, you know. And I just want to keep an option open for me, you understand? In case I get too restless, need something to take the edge off, you know. So, to put this in context of working with guys, when I work with guys and they're new, it doesn't say to do this, but I have them do this right away while we're getting ready to go through the steps and we're qualifying and getting to know each other. I say, start doing this right away, and you're gonna need to write it down. Get a little spiral pad and carry it around with you, and watch for this stuff during the day. And the ones that do it are pretty impressed with how sick they are. And that's a good thing, because if I can be impressed with how sick I am, that translates into a necessity that starts building in me to find an additional power, a power other than me. So this is kind of like encourage them to be desperate, encourage them to see how screwed up their life really is, and let them find the evidence for themselves, you know. So I have them write it, you know, and they generally don't like it, but the ones that do it, it's really a valuable exercise. And they go, God, am I going to have to do this the rest of my life? I said, no. After a while, it will be part of the way you think. But right now it's not. It's very contrary to the way you think. So we're going to stop and deliberately think about each question and idea and write it out. And then we'll talk about mistakes that were made during the day, and we'll see what corrections might be indicated. But all of this just raises my awareness of how pathetic I am. But it's commonly confused with the next step, because people say, I need to do an 11th step on that. No, you need to do a 10th step. That's what you do between the morning discipline and the evening discipline, is this idea. In the old days, they used to call it spot check inventory. As you're going through the day, check, check, check. I have guys I work with, and I said, every couple hours, just go into the employee bathroom, put yourself in the stall, and reflect on the last couple hours. Just stop and reflect. It's so contrary to the way our ego wants us to be in the world. It wants us to go, 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 do, make it happen, quick, now, 5 minutes ago. So it's a valuable exercise. And they say, do this for the rest of your life. Just do that, which leads you to the next discipline, which is the prayer and meditation component in the 11th step. So they tell you how to start the day, and they tell you what to do when you get into the day and you get scared, indecision. What does it say? It says pause and ask for an intuitive thought or direction. It doesn't say start up again. It says pause. So if I got a question about something that's going on with you, and I'm about to pull the trigger, you know, I'm famous for shooting now and aiming later, and I'm about to pull the trigger, and I remember, pause. Pause. Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm pausing. I'll just plan a different way to kill you. You know, I'm pausing. But what do I do? In that pause, I'm supposed to invite a higher idea in. God, if you want. Higher power, if you want. So what I learned was, I thought I was a bag of reactions. You did this, I did this. You did this, I did this. You did this, I did this. And there was no space between the stimulus and the response. I was just I was like a little pinball. And people would say, you know, that's just the way he is. I would say that's just the way I am, because it was the way I always was. And what I found out from this process and slowing this down is those were automated responses. Those are things, we all have these, usually connected to a series of ideas that we call beliefs, that when you press B3, I go to B3. And after you do that long enough, it's automated. It's not even conscious. I'm in that situation, I feel uncomfortable, boom. Here comes the 5 options to disrupt the room. And I don't even have to think about it. And what this said, actually, a non-alcoholic helped me with this. The metaphor used was a gap. And in that gap between stimulus and response, or reaction in my case, was a space. And what we do with prayer and meditation is we increase that space and invite God in. And then we can choose a response instead of a reaction. Reaction, I got no control over. It's hardwired. It feels hardwired. But what I've learned from this exercise is that it's not. It seems like it. The appearance is like that. But I find out occasionally I am successful. I stop, I pause, and something else happens instead of what I thought was going to happen. Sometimes, for years, all I could do was just, the pause was shut up. Just don't do any of the things that are coming to your mind. Remove yourself from the room. Because if I didn't remove myself from the room, I was going to have at you. I just had to move, get away. And, eventually I got some insights from that. It's really hard when you sponsor yourself to do much growing in those areas. So it was really trial and error for me. But that's where I started learning. There is a space there. Now it becomes a choice. And what all this 10th and 11th step stuff is talking about is, what are you choosing from? What's your palette? If you're choosing from selfish self-centeredness, you've got anger, you've got fear, you've got anxiety, you've got resentment, you've got intimidation, violence, all different kinds of force. If I choose from a recovery palette or a God idea, I've got patience, tolerance. Patience and tolerance will always work. That's a go-to card for me. Just practice patience and tolerance. Jesus. Usefulness, prayer, meditation, kindness, or just the umbrella of love. Practice. And what I practice out of comes with its own set of consequences. I'm not punished for what I do, I'm punished by what I do. This concept, if we are all of the same source, we are all of one creation, we all have the same Father, the same Creator, then we're all related. And this idea of resentment being poison to me, for me to hold you in that place, I have to be down with you. So what I do to you, I do to me. It's a law. It just is so. And so when I sit with you and I'm kind and I'm loving and I'm patient, that is done to me. It's not mysterious. I've been doing it to me my whole life, thinking it was you doing it to me. I was punished by my actions. I was punished by my thinking, not for it. Built in. And you know that from your own experience. As I turn myself and I start doing these steps, different things start happening. Takes time to see them because there's usually such a pile of crap from the days we were drinking that it takes some time to dig out from under all those old consequences and stuff. But eventually you start going, I have to admit, things are changing. Things are changing. There are some areas here that are getting better. And curiously, the areas that aren't getting better are the ones I'm ignoring. I wonder if there's a connection there.
Talking about step 10, I'm a list maker by nature, and I can make lists, and I love to organize things. And matter of fact, my sponsor asked me one time, he said, once you get AA organized, then what are you going to do? And I didn't have an answer for him. But so he kind of got my attention that way. But anyway, when I got to step 10 for the first time, I made this enormous project out of it. And put together this whole list. I consulted all kinds of literature to come up with the right inventory questions and put it together. And this was before personal computers, and so I took it down to the local print shop and had them typeset it and put it in pads. And I had this whole case of stuff, and I think I used about 2 of those, and that was the end of that. But today, really, all I do with a 10-step is is to say, actually up until today, is to say, God, I pray that I've been an instrument of peace in the lives I've touched. And as soon as I say that, anything that's happened to me during the day that doesn't qualify as that comes to mind. But one of the benefits I have is hanging out with Roger, and as we talk and share our spiritual journey, one of the things I learned in the last year was to change the way I prayed. Instead of asking for something, to thank God for something. And that has to do with expectations. If I'm asking for something, then I'm expecting that I don't have it. But if I'm praying and thanking Him for it, then I'm expecting that I will have it. So it changes my internal focus. And so starting after tonight now, my prayer is going to be, thank you that you gave me the guidance and the strength to be an instrument of peace in the lives I've touched. And it'll be interesting to see how that changes my understanding of my day and how it changes my inventory process. Because really, from my experience, I understand what I'm trying to do, a couple things. One, obviously, like I said, I'm trying to find the roadblocks that I've set up for myself and do what's necessary to dismantle them, to admit that I'm wrong, or to go make an amend, or do whatever I need to do. And that's another thing that we've spent time talking about. There's a big difference between me saying you're right or saying I'm wrong. That's a whole different experience. It's much easier to say, oh yeah, you're right, than it is to say, oh, I'm sorry, I'm wrong. It's that kind of thing. But again, a lot of this, and we've been talking about it last week and this week, a lot of it has to do with how we think. And the words we use to describe to ourselves what we're up to and what we're involved in control the way we think. And so a lot of what we're doing in 10, I think, and it's been my experience, is really dealing with that, saying to myself, okay, this is what went on in that situation. How was I thinking about that? And then kind of almost reverse engineer it and say, well, if I can't figure out what I was thinking, look at the action and say, well, if Roger took that action, what would he be thinking? I can always figure that out. So I just say, well, okay, Roger did it, so what was he thinking? Well, I'm like Roger, so I must have been thinking something pretty close to the same thing. And so that's another way to inventory. One of the things that we've been studying lately, and is another way that I inventory, is we've been studying several things, all of which point to the idea that we bring into, the way we think, we bring the things into our lives that we experience. So the question is, look at what I'm experiencing. What must I have been thinking to bring that into my life? And it's easy if I'm enjoying whatever it is. It's a little more difficult if it's something that I find unpleasant. Because I don't want to think, and I don't want to admit that I thought whatever it took to bring that into my life. I don't want to admit to that at all. But it's another inventory process. For those who are sponsoring, there's another kind of inventory process that I use on occasion, especially when I get frustrated with the people I'm sponsoring. I just use the analogy that birds of a feather flock together. So what is it in them that I don't like? And I can identify that pretty easily. And then I say, well, birds of a feather flock together. So where is that in my life? Because they're gathering around me, so there must be a commonality there someplace, which again is kind of an interesting inventory to take. And there's a change that has to happen to take those kinds of inventories. And the change is this. I can take an inventory that says, okay, I see what Roger's doing. How am I not like that? And take that kind of an inventory. Or I can say, okay, Roger's doing this. I don't like it. Where is that in my life? How do I do that in my life? And assume that we have common elements all the way through. One of us might be less impatient than the other, and the other might be less aggressive than the other. I mean, but it'll all balance out, and we all have the same qualities. The quantities are different, but the qualities are all the same. So if I see something in somebody, okay, where is that in me? And if you stop and think about that, especially with like coworkers or people you run into that you feel are real jackasses, you know, it's like, okay, where's that in me? Now there's an interesting inventory to take, you know. I see what he or she is doing. How do I do that? How do I manifest that same idea? How do I manifest that same attitude? Where, when, and how? And it really has some interesting results. And what I'm trying to do really is the way I think about this is my life is like a jigsaw puzzle, you know, and I'm trying to get a perspective on it, as I said, and I can't see the whole thing. I don't know where the corner pieces are, and I certainly don't know where the middle pieces go together, but I can identify each piece just as it is. And then in my 11th step, I can take that to my higher power and say, well, here are the pieces that I've found today. Please help me put them together. You know, please help me understand how they connect and what they connect to and who they connect with. And try to come at it from that perspective of, I don't know what's going on in my life. I don't know what my life really is, in a sense. And I don't know where it's going. I don't know where it should go. But if I can bring the pieces to my higher power that I find, then my higher power can help me see how each one fits into the other and how that leads me forward. And it actually makes life a lot easier to live because it takes that responsibility away from me where I got to figure it all out. So it's a lot different figuring it out than it is just finding the pieces. The pieces I can find. That's a little easier task. And that seems to work pretty well for me.
There's so many things. If I didn't have dementia, I would be more coherent. But when Dennis and I do this, I wish I could keep notes of what was triggered, but I can't. So here we go. One of the things that you were talking about that we've studied a lot in dealing with difficult people, one of the great questions is, what would have had to have happened to me in my life to make me exhibit that behavior? As soon as I can do that, I flip into compassion and empathy. And from, oh, you're an inconvenience and you're going to have to be eliminated. You're on the list, you know. Thoughts are causal. It's not a coincidence that step 10 is about what are you thinking? Because thinking becomes action. Thinking will manifest. Everything that we look at in this room, everything that we can see, touch, and feel in the material plane started as an idea. It started as pure energy. And ideas have power. They have enormous power. A really good positive example is Bill and Bob sitting together in that first conversation, and holy moly, some pieces came together. And look what happened. Look what happened from this little chip of a book, you know? It's pretty amazing. So the 10th step gets me vigilant about what I'm thinking, because that's going to turn into what I'm doing. The 11th step says, now here, God meets you in your thinking. That's where God appears to me, is in my ideas. If I'm full of resentment and selfishness and inconsideration and fear, there is no way for that higher set of ideas to penetrate my consciousness. So the 10th step gets me to where I've got a handle, a relative handle on this. The 11th step introduces me to the exercises to induce the power, which is prayer and meditation. And Dennis talked about prayer is a really interesting thing. I think for me, it's my belief that every prayer is answered. And a lot of our prayers are unconscious. But Dennis was talking about how we pray. I started out atheistic and became agnostic. So I started out praying profanely. Because you said I had to pray once a day, and I did. Thanks for another shitty day. That was my morning prayer and my evening prayer, and what I'll report to you is that doesn't make much for progress. But just the act of doing it is an ascension to the idea that there's some authority other than me, even though it was not defined to me. So when we get into this idea of prayer, there's all kinds of different prayers, and there's all kinds of different ways of praying, and there's all kinds of different disciplines of prayer, and they all work. And they work fundamentally for one reason, because the people that are using them believe them. Okay? But now to get to this idea that Dennis was talking about how I pray. A lot of times you hear stuff in the fellowship. Here's one. Expectation is a premeditated resentment. Have you ever heard that? Yeah. That's bullshit. I mean, it's not utter 100% bullshit. But it is relative to me having an expectation of you. But all my prayer, all my meditation, all my step work is based on an expectancy that this power does exist and it is going to do something for me. There's an expectation there. Yes? No? Yes. Absolutely. I have you told me surrender, and I can expect if I do the line out of the book, to paraphrase it, if I do God's will, God will supply me with what I need. Not what I want, what I need. I don't know the difference. So what shows up evidently is what I need. Because a lot of times it's not on the list of what I want. But it becomes a challenge to read the context, the spiritual context of my day. So what am I praying? When I'm praying, the Aramaic, the word ask, we have ask in all our prayers. And it's a direction to ask. But the Aramaic in the original writing, ask was a synonym for claim. Now that's a whole different thing. If this power is there and it's all there, your inheritance is waiting for you, literally. If I am part of the Creator, like begets like, right? Dogs make dogs, cats make cats. God makes, whatever the God force is, makes its, we're in its image. So I am divine in essence. Now it's pretty buried under the personality and the culturalization and all the baloney, but it's there. That's what the book talks about, the fundamental idea of God. It's deep down with every man, woman, and child. The fundamental idea, energy. So I, like Dennis, have experimented with my prayer because this is how my prayer is answered. I ask for patience. I don't do that anymore. Because when you ask for patience, you get a lot of things that try your patience. So you can build your tolerance muscles. When I ask for strength, I get a lot of things that make me stronger. And I was getting my prayers answered all the time, and I was thinking, Jesus, this isn't working. This is not working at all, because that's not my picture. Is I'll ask, it'll be given, I'll wake up, and everything will be fine. No, it was being given. I was asking for strength, so I was giving things to build up my character. I was asking for tolerance. I was giving things that made me impatient. So quit doing that. So the prayer becomes pray from gratitude. Like Doc was saying, thank you for the patience I have. Thank you for the courage. Thank you for the strength. And I'm willing to grow towards more. But thank you. It comes from gratitude. That's a whole different approach than coming from need. When I pray to be rid of this fear, what happens? I get more fear. I get more fear dumped on me until I do that obscene thing, I surrender. I go right back to step one with whatever it is I'm praying on. And fear especially. because I'm praying from fear. So God says, yes, you may have some more fear. That's exactly what you asked for. You're claiming it, you get it. You get it. And so that gave me a template to look at, this makes me understand, helps me understand, gives me a context that I can look at the world and now that explains Dachau. That explains genocide. That explains the horrible things man can do to man. Because it's not that God isn't present. It's that man takes that God energy and focuses it through the lens of his consciousness. You get a Gandhi, you get an Adolf Hitler. It's the same power being used completely differently. See what I'm saying? This is just my own little theology. You don't have to cop to it. But it's really helped me make sense out of how everything works, because I can't have a philosophy or a theology, a concept of God that doesn't take the totality. And I can't have a God that only works for AA, but it doesn't work at work. It doesn't work when I'm out there in the street with these jerks cutting me off in traffic and the people with 29 things in the 10 item or less line. I need to have a way of viewing that whole thing that keeps me referred to God or to this power. Meditation is the same thing. I heard Joseph Campbell, non-alcoholic. I heard him on a radio show one night, and he said, meditation, it's very simple. It's whatever you're thinking. And I thought, meditation, little Himalayan in a diaper, hovering 2 feet over the snow, oming, that was my concept of meditation, which was far advanced to my concept of prayer when I started. And when I heard that, some dots connected. So try this on. So when my meditation is, where's mine? Where's mine? I prayed this morning. I read those 2 silly little books, and I left the house, and there it was again. Life. God. Where's God in that? I don't see any God in that, I didn't take the God with me. I just tuned me up, and I left me in the chair. I have to have a way of walking through all this experience and having it be coherent for me. So the question, my meditation is, where's mine? I go out and I go, well, he's got a new truck. Where's mine? He's got a new girl. Where's mine? He's got 2. Where's mine? Where's mine? Where's mine? And your head will go out and collect all the data to ensure you that you don't have enough of whatever it is you think you need. And someone else has got more than their share, and you're right back into this squirrel cage mentality. Come home, and I don't know why, all of a sudden I just blew up and I kicked a hole in the wall. But my meditation all day was, where's mine? So it was a perception of lack. Where's mine? When it's gratitude, it's thank you. Look it, I have more clothes than I can wear in a day. I have more food than I can eat in a day. I have a roof over my head. Thank you. I have people I trust that I can call that will tell me the truth. Thank you. Or their version of the truth. Thank you. I have some relationship with this mystery power, God. I mean, it's a totally different orientation. If I can walk out and my meditation can be, thank you. Or my meditation can be, how can I help? Will you quit yawning? You're making me tired. Every time I look at Kelly, she's, hey, will you guys get done? But if I can, now we're back to step 10 and join it with 11. If I can consciously choose how I'm going to think about the day, what can I give to this day? Line out of the book. See what you can pack into the stream of life rather than what can you get. Instead of what's in it for me, how can I help? New meditation. It's a very simple mission statement. How can I help? It works every day. How can I help? And then when I look back on the day, I should be able to see evidence of how I helped, evidence of how I didn't help, evidence of things that need to be improved. But all this is just raising my awareness of what needs to be done. Then I ask God for insight in that, to be teachable, to learn, to have some insight, and I move on. I don't beat myself up with the information. The inventory becomes a constructive tool in the 11th step. So what could I have done better? What did I do well? What could I have done better? Was I thinking of you most of the time or me most of the time, And it's just a report card on the day. But if I don't do it, I have no benchmark. I have no idea what's going on. And so they give me this. 10 keeps me aware of what my conscious state of being is, which is gonna, if I don't watch it, it will turn into the circumstances of my life. And then 11 gives me a way to connect to the juice, to the power. All this today, in this moment, now, while I might be still cleaning up the past, but I'm trying to live a different way. So I need a power to help me live that way. That's the juice of the 11th step.
Well, I'm going to give a disclaimer about prayer in the sense that you need to be careful what you pray for. You know, our book suggests that we don't pray for ourselves, and I firmly believe in that. For a couple of reasons. One is that I can never be specific enough when I'm praying for things for me to get it right. And the best example I can give is I might pray for a 20-year-old redhead, you know, and I would wind up with an old Irish setter. Not quite what I had in mind, but exactly what I asked for. Exactly. You know. So I've learned, I've made that mistake a number of times, so I've just learned not to pray for myself, because I can't get it right. So that's one thing. And the other thing is, I'm going to tell you a story, kind of gets into prayer, gets into inventory and meditation a little bit. About a year and a half ago, my wife and I flew to Chicago. She was taking some training, and as we flew out, I lost my toothpaste. The TSA guys took it away. You know, it was too big. And so I didn't learn from that. I bought another tube in Chicago, and I lost that one on the way coming back. And it really just irritated me. And so I said to my wife, okay, that's it. I said, from now on when we travel, we're not flying. We take a bus, a boat, a train, a car, whatever. But we are absolutely not flying, okay? A few months later, I was looking for a job because a business that I had tried to get going just wasn't making it, and I needed to do something, and it was not going well at all. And so I'm kind of inventorying and meditating both, really, one day in my basement, and just trying to figure out, you know, what I'm doing wrong or what I can do or that sort of thing. And the thought keeps running through my head, you know, God would reduce to nothing that which he would use to his purpose. And every time that thought ran through, I just kind of cringe and push it away. And finally, I just stopped and I said, okay, if that's the way you got to do it, I'm in. Bring it on. Let's go for the ride. I'm willing to do whatever. If you want to wipe me out to nothing, okay, let's go. And so then I started to change my prayers, the way I mentioned earlier. And it wasn't a few days later, I got a call to do a telephone interview for a job that I didn't remember applying for. And so I did the telephone interview, and the gal said, well, I don't think you quite have the qualifications we're looking for, but I'll send your resume on. And I had to say, well, could you send me a copy of the job description, because I don't have one, you know. And eventually I wound up getting the job, and for making more money than I'd ever made in my life. But about 40% of the time I'm flying. So, you know, when I made that grand statement about we're never flying again, God was kind of going, oh yeah, we'll see about that. But, you know, in all of that process, and even today with that situation, it's important for me to review it, to look at it from a little different angle each time, to see what was going on there, to see what my attitudes were, what my thinking was, and what my actions were. Because that's the kind of thing that moves me forward. So, you know, that's one of the things that one of the ways that I work it in my life. Another thing is that I find, well, let me say this, first of all, I think Bob B's right on when he says, you know, meditation's like being in a train station. You don't have to get on each one that's going through. And I would liken it to an airport. I mean, there's a lot of planes coming in all the time, and there's a lot of them going out, just like the thoughts in my head. You know, I don't have to get on every one. I don't have to get on any. As a matter of fact, in my mind and in my life, there are some days when it's just fun to watch them land and take off, you know, and see what kind of paint job they got on them and see what kind of a weird design they got and all of that. Because I'll tell you what, my thought process is far more entertaining than any of those reality shows they got on TV. I mean, I think some really screwy stuff, and I could entertain myself all day just trying to figure out where some of those goofy thoughts came from. You know, it's a great exercise. But it took me a long time, because for a long time, I really had the idea, and I lived my life based on the idea that I had to do something about every thought that I had. And if you read the book Varieties of Religious Experience, which is referenced in the Spiritual Awakening Appendix, William James makes an interesting observation, and it just fits me to a T. He said, there are really two kinds of people. There's the normal kind of person who, when they get up in the morning, they have a thought, they consider the thought, and then they decide whether or not to act on it. Then he says there's the cranky-minded person who gets up in the morning, has a thought, and immediately feels compelled to act on it. That's me, you know. It took me a long time, and it's still today. I have to have that pause, that gap, you know, that says, oh, I really want to do this idea. I know I should. It just feels right, but I'm going to just wait. I'm going to just wait. And kind of the way my sponsor actually first got me going on that was, he would say, listen, make a decision and then wait 24 hours before you carry it out. Mm-hmm. And I thought, what's the big deal? I mean, once I made the decision, man, I'm ready to go. You know, we're going to get this show on the road. And the interesting thing I discovered was that I don't know what it really is, but once I make a decision, I'm willing to consider things about that situation that I was not willing to consider prior to making that decision. I don't know I haven't figured that all out yet, and I'm probably not supposed to, but it has that impact. You know, if I make the decision, I'm willing to see it in a different light for some reason. So that happens, and it works really well. And another example I'll give you of that pause is one day a guy walked up, this is some years ago, a guy walked up to me in a warehouse, and he looked right at me and he said, you are really a son of a bitch. Now, ordinarily, I'd have rose to the occasion and, you know, at least we'd have had some words. But I paused. And when I paused, and I don't know really where it came from, but what came out of my mouth was, no, you're not quite right. I'm a bastard. I'm the illegitimate son of an unmarried woman. A son of a bitch is the offspring of a female dog. That's not me. So if you're going to say it right. Call me a bastard. And the guy looked at me for a minute, and he broke out laughing. You know, but before that, we could have been having a nice dance. You know, and so it's really amazing what happens in that little gap, and how it gives other people an opportunity to rethink things and to gain a new perspective, and what it does for us. So one of the ways that I encourage you guys I sponsor to use meditation in reference to step 12. In step 12 it says practice these principles in all our affairs, and I had a guy come to me and he said, you know, just what the hell am I supposed to do? You know, am I supposed to every day sit down and go through, am I supposed to do step 1, you know, and like that? And I said, no, that's not principles, those are practices. The steps as they're listed are practices which are based on spiritual principles. And I looked it up, and a principle is a truth upon which other truths can be based. Okay? So I said, and again, I don't take any credit for any particular insight or great understanding about this. It was stuff that came to me, and I believe just from that person's higher power, actually. But I said, you know, Bill says that the Oxford groups really had 6 steps, And when he wrote the 12 steps, he put in the other 6, quote unquote, to fill in the loopholes the drunks were sneaking through. Okay? So I said to this guy, I said, why don't you do this? Take the steps and look at all of them and come up with at least 6 things that you consider a principle. Now, you can begin with the definition of a principle, like say, if you think honesty is a principle, look up the definition in the dictionary, start there, but I want you to write your own definition so that when you think of the word honesty, you think of your definition, something that means something to you rather than something somebody else wrote. Find 6 of them, minimum of 6, that you think are a part of the 12 steps. Now, you can add to that if you like, but I want a minimum of 6. I said, and then when you get up tomorrow, think about those and how you're going to incorporate them into your day rather than the specific 12 practices that we read about. And he tried that, and it really made a big difference to him because it was easier and more applicable, if you will, for him to think about honesty, being honest throughout the day, than it was to think about, well, I got to do a 10-step with that guy, and I got to do a 4-step over here, and I got, that kind of thing. So it was easier to think about honesty. It was easier to think about how to be humble than it was to think about, a 7-step and things like that. So that's something that's actually worked pretty well that came about really because somebody asked me a question and God put an answer in my mouth that you're more than welcome to try.
I just looking at the time. Holy moly. We could do a weekend on either one of these steps. Having had a spiritual awakening as a result of these steps, hear this message to other alcoholics and practice these principles in my affairs. We talk a lot about the work. I'm doing the work. No. The work is carrying this message to other alcoholics. The 11 steps preceding are to prepare me to be able to have something to carry. And in that preparation, I'm changed. Just a little bit. We only got like 8 minutes left. A little bit on the spiritual awakening, the experience. In our book, it's described as a personality change sufficient to bring about recovery from alcoholism. The book also tells me that my alcoholism is based in my thinking. So I can tell by my thinking if I've changed. And my thinking will be demonstrated in my actions, and the actions I produce will create consequences and circumstances in my life, and I will see progress. And if I want more progress, I have to keep doing those things, which is why in 10, 11, and 12, it keeps me in the whole process. But it keeps me in the process in the present tense. So there's a lot about sponsorship. We could do a long time on sponsorship, but essentially, just like this book, when I work with an alcoholic, I don't tell anyone what to do. I tell them what I've done. That's what this book is doing. It's not telling me what to do. It's telling me what they did. And it just simply says, if you want what we have, come and do what we did. And if you do it the way we did it, and you keep your mind open to this idea of God or a power, you can have this thing, provided you suspend your attitude of belligerence, intolerance, and denial. And so don't argue with guys. They think they have a better way. We encourage them to go do that. You go do that. And then report back to me. Because as long as you have an idea that you think is superior to what my experience is, you'll do it. So I don't do any management of people's lives. That's a thing that's come out of the fellowship, out of personality-driven schools of sponsorship, and there seems to be a growing number in the fellowship that want someone to run their lives. I can't imagine it. The alcoholic of my variety, and I know Doc is the same way, it's just like, I don't like being told what to do. Don't tell me what to do. But here's the bigger disservice. If I have a sponsor that's making all my decisions, I never learn how to be in the world. This book says I'm to learn how to fit myself back in to life, not cloister myself in my meetings and running around in my little fellowship, but in the world. That's an important part, absolutely. But in the world, I want to be in the world, and I want to be comfortable in it. So we don't ever tell them what to do. We tell them what we've done. We take them to the book and say, this is what the book's experience is. If you don't like mine, it's very similar, I think, but let me show you. And then you go, there you go. The book, Alcoholics Anonymous, is the authority, not me. And your experience, if you live through it, will convince you of that. I don't have to convince you, and I can't. I cannot convince you. The only thing that will convince you is the same thing that convinced me, is my experience. Go ahead, Doc. You got 5 minutes.
Well, first of all, a lot of people still get hung up, and I mean, we have a part in the book about trying to address this issue. People get concerned about whether they're having a spiritual awakening or a spiritual experience. And why didn't I have a spiritual experience? And I've had both. And the spiritual experience changed me. It changed my perspective. But if that's all I would have relied on, I wouldn't be sober today. And kind of the way I like to think about it is this. It's kind of like a donkey. Now, a donkey is a really useful animal, and it'll work really well for a long time, and then all of a sudden, it'll get an idea in its head, and it'll just be obstinate about not doing whatever it is somebody wants it to do. It'll just quit, which is kind of like me. And the only way you can get it again to be a useful thing is to just whack it between the eyes and get its attention, refocus, and then it'll do just fine. And that's really what a spiritual experience is, at least in my experience. It's kind of God just whacking me between the eyes and saying, pay attention, But the thing that's been most fruitful and beneficial has been really the spiritual awakening. And the way I relate to that is simply think about the word awakening. Think about how you awaken in the morning. You gradually become conscious of what's around you, and what's going on with you. And that's really what we're doing here. It's we're gradually becoming aware of our spiritual being and our spiritual world, so that we can participate in it. That's all. I mean, it's a very simple process. The guy who wrote Varieties of Religious Experience, William James, put it this way. He said, just as we became drunkards by the taking of one drink at a time, so too we become spiritualized beings by the taking of one action at a time. And that's really all we're asked to do, is to take one action at a time, one foot in front of the other. It's not a big deal in the sense that it's an enormous thing we have to do all at once, but we need to make steady progress, and we need to have consistent dedication to it, and that's all. Remember, in the ABCs of how it works, this number C is God could and would if he were sought. It doesn't say God could and would if he were caught. So we need to be careful about that, because very early in my sobriety, I really thought I had to catch God. And that's not what it's about at all. It's really about the seeking. So one other thing that I'll make mention of, and that actually I've been kind of thinking about this, meditating on this past week or so, is that especially those of us who've spent time growing up in places like this, we've all heard the description that man is created in God's image. And I'm not going to dispute that. But the tendency I think all of us have when we come into Alcoholics Anonymous and when we get sober is to try to create God in our image. In other words, my God is as judging as I am. My God is as angry as I am. That kind of stuff. When really, I think what's helpful for us is to say, you know what? Not only do I not know who and what I am in a spiritual sense, I don't know who and what God is. But I'm willing on each day to go out and see if I can find evidence, to see if I can see another piece of God. It's almost like being a tourist. Let's just go out, see what's there, see what you relate to, see what you enjoy, and move on. So, Reverend?
Well, I think that what I'd just like to say is probably the most spiritual act that I participate in is sponsorship. I view that as a sacred contract with that guy, regardless of what he thinks is going on, because he's crazy. I mean, guys don't come to me that are mental health examples, so I don't expect him to know it, but I know it. The book talks about every day is a day when we must walk shoulder to shoulder with men on a spiritual path, not a material path, not a find a job path. All those things will be covered, but it's on a spiritual path. I only got one job. My job is to talk to you and share with you how God has manifested in my life, using these steps as the template for that. And if you want what I have, I'm directed to do anything I can to help you, as long as I'm not doing something for you that you can do for yourself. As long as I'm not allowing you to be insincere, as long as I'm not allowing you to use me or someone else for money or for other purposes. So I'm really clear, when viewed from the outside, I'm perceived as a hard ass with the guys that I work with. But it's very simple. I'm not a tow truck. I'm a resource. And if you want to tap into my experience, I will do that anytime, day or night, as long as you're working towards that goal. And if you're not, I'm not interested. I'm not your coffee buddy. I'm not your fishing buddy. You got other buddies for that. I am going to help you find the power. And the power will reveal itself to you in these exercises. That's my job. That's my only job. And some of these guys I end up being friends with, some I don't. But it doesn't matter. I don't have to like you to help you. I just have to love you. Just have to love you. Thanks.